This page is the front cover of SEGA Saturn Magazine Volume 2, from January 31, 1997. The cover features a large image of a cool-looking anime character in a school uniform. The main headlines are announcing special reports covering a range of games, including Fighters Megamix, The King of Fighters 96, Resident Evil, Baroque, Angelique, Special 2 Zap, Snowboarding Tricks, Sakura Wars, Hanagumi Tsushin, and Waku Waku 7. There's also a section focused on what to expect in 97, highlighting AM2 research and mentioning games like Scud Race and Digital Dance Mix, and even the pop star Nami Amuro. It seems to be previewing the big games and trends for the year ahead. The bottom section promotes SEGA Saturn Network's laboratory and says, in 97, Saturn's network will be interesting, suggesting a focus on online gaming for the Saturn. Another special report section at the bottom lists more games, including Mobile Suit Z Gundam / Evangelion, Second Impression, Eve Burst Error, Quo Vadis 2, Assault Suits, Valken 2 Tomb Raiders, and Dyna Orin. Finally, it mentions SEGA Saturn Complete Guide, covering games like Enemy Zero, Shining the Holy Ark, Tengai Makyo Dayon no Mokushiroku, and Tactics Ogre. This page showcases Daytona USA Circuit Edition in a full-page advert, continuing the hype from the front cover's anticipation for 97's gaming lineup. It highlights key features of this souped UP version. We can see action-packed screenshots showing off the improved graphics and new content. The ad boasts about new course additions, including National Park Speedway and Desert City, expanding on the original game's tracks. It also emphasizes the enhanced two-player versus mode, allowing for heated races against friends. The Ghost mode is touted as a way to challenge your best times, and the replay feature lets you admire your skillful driving. Overall, the advert is pushing Daytona USA Circuit Edition as the definitive version to own on the SEGA Saturn, building on the arcade classic with extra features for home console players. This page is a full-page advert dedicated to Daytona USA Circuit Edition, building on the excitement from the previous page. The advert uses strong, bold text exclaiming, SPAC! And BVCK. It features a dynamic image of a red racing car speeding through a mountainous landscape, showcasing the game's racing action. The text at the bottom highlights it as Daytona USA Circuit Edition, confirming its release date as January 24, 1997, and price of 5,800 yen, labeled as a race game. The advert also showcases the SEGA Saturn console and controller, along with a separate price of 20,000 yen for the console. It's clearly pushing the game and the console together. This page presents a striking advertisement for a game that seems to be steeped in drama and perhaps a touch of dystopia. The imposing Statue of Liberty under a stormy sky with flashes of lightning sets a very serious tone, reinforced by the Japanese text proclaiming, "That day, judgment will be passed." The ad highlights several key features of the game, with text accompanying 4 screenshots. It boasts hybrid animation, fulfilling sub-games, full-screen battle, and Warsaw recording. One of the screenshots features a character named Jenny Mead, described as a 27-year-old woman who believes a prince on a white horse will one day appear for her, hinting at possible story elements or character interactions within the game. At the bottom you can see mentions of Yumiya Network and Yumiya Access, which were likely online services or network features related to the game, common for that era. Overall, the page creates an air of anticipation and drama for this upcoming game. This page is a full advertisement for Far East of Eden, the Apocalypse IV, the RPG, also known as Tengai Meikyu Dayon no Mokushiroku in Japan. This SEGA Saturn game is advertised as now on sale and comes on 2 quadrants. The price is 6,800 yen plus tax. The advert also lists production staff and promotes Hudson's Tengai internet service for quick access. This page showcases the SEGA Saturn game K1 Fighting Illusion, K1 Grand Prix, emphasizing that all the K1 All-Stars are gathered here. The advert highlights several key improvements for this installment, including new popular fighters joining the roster, significantly improved AI training mode, more fight venues, and added character motions. The game is slated for release on January 31st. Below the main title, you can see images of fighters who are labeled as new challengers. These include famous names like Andy Hug, Peter Ackerts, Ernesto Hoosts, and Sam Greco, alongside Jerome Labanner, Chungpuek Kyatsungrit, Mike Bernardo, and Musashi. Japanese names are also displayed above their international counterparts. Towards the bottom, there is an advertisement for another SEGA Saturn title, Wolffang SS, also known as Kuga 2001 in Japan. This game is also listed for release in January and priced at 5,800 yen. This page is an advertisement spread focusing on two games. The main highlight is Tenchi Muyo Toko Muyo Aniraji Collection, which is advertised as being hugely popular across TV, movies, radio, comics, and crids. It mentions a first edition special bonus, which is an original drama CD. The ad lists 3 included stories with humorous titles hinting at romantic comedy and gaming scenarios. The game is priced at 8,800 yen. Below this, there is an advert for Kuryu Sengokuen Engi, a strategy game based on the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, emphasizing real-time gameplay. This game is currently on sale and is priced at 5,800 yen. The advert also shows screenshots of the game interface and strategic map. This page is dedicated to the thrilling action of Tomb Raider. The page highlights the game's core gameplay elements, with large Japanese text exclaiming, "Run!" and "Swim!" alongside screenshots showcasing Lara Croft in various action-packed moments like running, jumping, and swimming through underwater passages. The tagline emphasizes surprising non-stop action. The title "To Raid" is prominently featured, clearly advertising the Japanese release of the original Tomb Raider game. The copyright information at the bottom confirms the game details, with 1996 Core Design Limited, 1997 Victor Interactive Software Inc. This page continues the adventure theme, but now focuses on the action aspects of Tomb Raiders, highlighting shooting and jumping. The page is shouting in big Japanese text, "Shoot and jump!" showing off screenshots of Lara Croft in action, battling enemies, and navigating treacherous environments. It looks like the page is still heavily promoting the Japanese SEGA Saturn release of the original Tomb Raider, emphasizing the surprising non-stop action gameplay. The game title MB Airs Raiders and Raiders is prominently displayed, which is the Japanese title for Tomb Raider. The release date is mentioned as January 24th, with a price of 5,800 yen. It seems this page is all about ramping up the excitement for the game's release, focusing on the combat and acrobatic elements. This page showcases a horse racing simulation game called Classic Road. It's being touted as the ultimate horse racing sim game, where you take on the role of a horse owner and trainer. Your goal is to breed, train, and race horses, aiming to win the prestigious Japanese Derby. The page emphasizes the dream matchups, where you can challenge famous horses. The screenshots give glimpses into the gameplay, showing horse stats, training schedules displayed on graphs, race scenes with full polygon graphics, and even portraits of characters who appear to be trainers or jockeys offering advice. It highlights features like examining horse bloodlines, training regimes, and race conditions. The game is slated for release on March 14th, priced at 5,800 yen, and is packed with data, boasting over 1,000 detailed horse stats and bloodline information. It emphasizes realistic breeding and training, with in-game commentary and sci-fi-line data for in-depth analysis. The developers are listed as Progress Company, Limited, and Victor Interactive Software, highlighting it as a dedicated SEGA Saturn title. It seems to be aiming for a deep and engaging horse racing experience for simulation fans. This page spotlights Panel T's story, Karen's Great Adventure, a map-making RPG for the SEGA Saturn. It's advertised as a game where you create your own world and embark on adventures within it. The page highlights the freedom players have in shaping their game world. We see artwork of the main characters, who look like a team of adventurers ready for action. The background is filled with map tiles, reinforcing the map-making aspect. There's a promotional campaign announced for those who purchase Panel Story, offering a chance to win adventure goods. Prizes include a Sony GPS device, a Casio watch, and an Astel PHS phone, showing the tech prizes of the time. The game was slated for release on February 28, 1997, and priced at 6,200 yen. It's presented as a title from Shushia Company, Limited. Overall, the page is a vibrant advert promoting a new and unique RPG experience on the Sega Saturn, centered around creating and exploring your own world. The next page appears to be an advertisement for Interwave, an internet provider for the Sega Saturn. They're really pushing the fact that there are no initial fees and no monthly fees, and that credit cards are not required. It looks like you can connect to the internet for 20 yen per minute, but you still have to pay for the phone call. The page is laid out as a step-by-step guide on how to set up the internet connection on your Sega Saturn. It uses screenshots of the Saturn's menu screens to guide you through the process. It mentions things like provider settings and entering URLs. They also provide contact information for Interwave Japan and list service hours for different access points and phone numbers. There's even a cartoon mascot character with wild, spiky hair holding a globe. Essentially, this whole page is an ad showing you how simple it is to get your Sega Saturn online using their dial-up internet service. This page is an advertisement for elevator action returns on the Sega Saturn. The page boldly proclaims the arrival of intense shooting action on the system, using phrases like explosive terrorist confrontation and violent shooting action game. We can see artwork of the 3 playable characters, Elena, Cart, and a larger, heavily armored character. Gameplay screenshots are included, showing the classic elevator action style, with characters shooting while navigating elevators. The text explains, the game's story is set in the near future, where terrorist activities are on the rise, and a special anti-terrorist team is formed to deal with it. Players are tasked with infiltrating high-rise buildings and airports to defuse bombs and escape quickly, emphasizing the time limit. The game is scheduled for release on February 14th at a price of 5,800 yen excluding tax. The bottom of the page mentions the developer saving, licensed from Taito, and includes their company details. This page showcases a vibrant advertisement for Mega Man 8, also known as Rockman 8 in Japan. The artwork dominates the page, featuring Mega Man front and center, surrounded by a colorful cast of robot masters, creating a dynamic and exciting scene. The ad clearly highlights that Mega Man 8 is coming to both PlayStation and Sega Saturn. It mentions that the game is receiving positive reviews and is priced at 5,800 yen. At the bottom we see the Capcom logo and company information, confirming they are the developers and publishers of this highly anticipated title. It's a straightforward and visually appealing advertisement aimed at generating excitement for the game's release on both platforms. This page continues the buzz about Mega Man 8, known as Rockman 8 in Japan, highlighting it as the 8th installment in the highly anticipated series. The page introduces the story premise, set in the 20XX era, where 2 mysterious meteorites have crashed on an uninhabited island, causing strange energy reactions. Rockman is sent to investigate, and ends up battling Drive Wily's mechas and robots. We are introduced to a new mysterious robot called Duo, who is debuting in this game. The page showcases Drive Wily and 8 of the boss characters Rockman will face, featuring images and their names in Japanese: Grenade Man, Search Man, Frost Man, Tengu Man, Drive, Wily, Clown Man, Aquaman, Sword Man, and Astro Man. There are also a few screenshots showing in-game action. The page emphasizes that you can create your own original Rockman with power-up parts and enjoy an engaging story with animation, and even rival characters like Blues, Forte, and Gospel will appear in the game. It also mentions that Rockman is celebrating its 10th anniversary, referencing dates from 1996 to December 17th, marking a decade since the series began. This page showcases the RPG Unearthed Fantasy Stories, the first volume for the Sega Saturn, hyped as a major title coming in spring of '97. The tagline boldly declares that the God of salvation will not appear, and that there is no divine protection in this world. Intriguingly, it states the protagonists themselves is a god tasked with carrying the weight of the world, making choices between salvation and destruction. This first chapter promises a sorrowful yet proud tale focused on these weighty decisions, suggesting a deep and mature narrative. It's positioned as representing the ideal form of RPG. We can see an in-game screenshot hinting at classic RPG gameplay, with party members exploring fantasy environments. The game is scheduled for release in late March of '97 and priced at 5,800 yen. The game designers are listed as Jun2 and Hiroshi Sawa, and this marks their debut on the Sega Saturn platform. They are noted for their previous works, Emerald Dragon, and Holy Knight story, giving some pedigree to this new RPG. It's published by MediaWorks and Hudson Soft, and Earth Fantasy Stories. Sounds like it's aiming for a grand, epic RPG experience, with a strong emphasis on story and player choice. This page features the SEGA Saturn puzzle action game, Tenchi Muyo. As you can see, it's based on the popular anime series and was slated for release in February of '97. The advert highlights that it's a puzzle action game for the SEGA Saturn with artwork showing familiar characters from the Tenchi Muyo universe. There's also mention of a pre-order campaign where you could win posters and telecards targeting 1,000 lucky people. It was priced at 6,800 yen, excluding tax, for a single Kraydrom. This page is an advertisement for Jante Battle Cosplayer on SEGA Saturn, described as the first anime and live-action fusion mahjong game. The ad emphasizes the game's focus on beautiful anime-style characters and cosplay. It's touted as a cosplay battle mahjong game, featuring both anime and real-image characters. The page highlights the involvement of 3 famous voice actors, and boasts a roster of 18 anime characters along with 8 idols. It was slated for release on April 7, 1997, and priced at 6,800 yen, excluding tax. The overall tone of the page is promotional, aiming to attract players with attractive female characters in cosplay, and the unique combination of anime and live-action elements in a mahjong game. This page continues to promote Jante Battle Cosplayer, highlighting that all costumes are the target in this cosplay battle mahjong game. It elaborates on the setting in a future world where costumes are valuable collector's items. The game revolves around cosplay battles in mahjong, featuring beautiful characters from anime and real life. The page introduces Saionji Yuko and explains the game flow. Players choose between anime or real image opponents, collect costumes, engage in battles, and aim for the VIP room. Below the main text, there are illustrations of 8 anime-style characters from the game: Yu, François, Yuriko, Miki, Gloria, Akimoto Kaori, Arima Yumiko, and Tauntaun. Underneath these are photos of the real-life idols, who are part of the VIP Idol Club in the game: Mai, Suzuki Rina, Ayase Koyuri, Fujimura Mana, Nagaya Yumi, Okamura Kyoko, and Isozaki Raiko. The bottom of the page includes the Daiki Company logo, copyright information for 1997, and SEGA Saturn compatibility details. This page is the front cover of SEGA Magazine February issue from 1997. It's a New Year special issue, and boldly proclaims, "This year's SEGA will be like this." The cover prominently features 3 women in traditional Japanese clothing, likely kimonos, standing in front of a Japanese gate. The magazine title, SEGA Magazine, is large and central. The cover teases various articles within, including a special feature on Linkle Liver Story, and a special interview with Ino Kenji and Ito Kazuyoshi. There's also special news and new information, covering games like Scud Race, SEGA Touring Car Championship, and Wave Runner. The page mentions Sakura Wars and Goods Introduction, and notes that due to popular demand, there are more pages and mail-order sales available. This page showcases the game Hyper Securities IS. It seems to be a comical action game featuring anime-style artwork with attractive female police officers as the main characters. The game is described as a beautiful girl police training game and an exhilarating area capture game. The page highlights several voice actors involved in the game, with pictures and names like Mariko Kuda, Ayako Sasaki, Misa Matsuki, Sayuri Yoshizawa, Ayame Goriki, Ayako Yamada, Ryoko Tezuka, and Yuko Asahina. It mentions that there's a large cast of unique and attractive voice actresses. Hyper Securities S is advertised as releasing on January 24, 97, with a price of 6,800 yen, excluding tax. There are also announcements about related media, including a novelization, a manga serialization in Cardgetter, and a drama CD, planned for release at a later date. The bottom of the page features screenshots from the game, showing off the anime aesthetic, character interactions, and some in-game scenes with police cars. The game is confirmed to be for the SEGA Saturn, and requires Windows 95 for development, mentioning that sales are planned for Windows 95 as well. This page showcases the game Kakyusei, or Underclassmen in English. It's got the tagline, "Heart-throbbing moments for you," suggesting a romance or dating simulation type of game. The developer is ELF, known for their adult-oriented titles. Text at the bottom is just the company details, including their name, address, and postcode, so not really game-related. It looks like a promotional page for this game, targeting the SEGA Saturn. This page shows a promotional image with an anime-style girl standing under a tree with pink leaves. The text in Japanese at the top reads, "I want to tell you." This is likely still related to the game Kakusei, or Underclassmen, from the previous page, given the romantic theme and the style of the artwork. The image and tagline suggest a focus on emotional storytelling and perhaps romantic relationships, which aligns with the dating sim genre ELF is known for. The bottom right corner has a rating label indicating it's for ages 18 and over, again consistent with ELF's adult-oriented game catalog and the previous page's information. It's a simple and visually appealing page designed to draw the reader's attention to the game and its romantic premise. This page presents a visually striking collage of anime-style images centered around the provocative title, Innocence, Beauty, Insanity. The images depict various female characters in suggestive and dramatic poses, some appearing to be from different scenes or perhaps different games, but all sharing a similar aesthetic focusing on mature themes. The overall impression is one of highlighting the allure and perhaps darker aspects of female characters within the context of adult-oriented visual novels or dating sim games, continuing the theme of mature content hinted at in the previous page with Kakusei. The collage style creates a sense of visual overload, drawing the eye to the diverse portrayals of these characters and hinting at the complex narratives and emotional intensity suggested by the title. This page is dedicated to the adventure game Eve Burst Error. It's described as a forbidden psycho-suspense thriller about a bizarre serial killer, utilizing a multi-site system to reveal a shocking truth. The page features a collage of anime-style images, hinting at mature themes and dramatic scenarios within the game, much like the previous page's focus on adult-oriented titles. We learn that Eve Burst Error is a multi-site adventure game, planned for release on January 24, 1997, priced at 7,800 yen. It comes on 4 CD-ROMs, with 1 disc dedicated to a Making of Eve Burst Error. The game is produced by Seizeware and sold by Imagineer. There's also an announcement about a limited first run of 150,000 copies that will include a special character setting collection, a 16-page booklet in 4 colors, and pre-orders are being accepted. Overall, the page is heavily promoting Eve Burst Error as a key title, emphasizing its suspenseful narrative and mature content. This page highlights Can Bunny Premiere 2, a romance adventure game for the SEGA Saturn. It's described as a slightly erotic adventure, where the voices of girls invite you to a dreamy world. The game, a 2-disc set, is on sale for 7,500 yen. A thank you edition of the original Can Bunny Premiere is also advertised at a lower price. This version is aimed at adults only. There's a promotional campaign where sending in the included questionnaire postcard enters you into a weekly draw to win an original poster, valid until March 31, 1997. The page includes anime artwork that suggests the game's characters and mature themes. This page showcases Planet Blue Dreamtale, Red Horn Stranger, as a CG collection on a 2-disc CD-ROM set by Kazuhiko Suzuki. It's highlighted as a memorial digital art collection featuring original full-color artwork exceeding 90 pieces and includes newly drawn illustrations specifically for this CD-ROM release. The page also lists the voice cast for an audio drama included in the CD-ROM set. The cast features Yuria Shirotori as Kima, guardian deity of Boku's Earth, Sakaguchi Witchchild, Nobutoshi Kana as Taran, Wanderer Shadow Figure, Kan Tokumaru as Effie, Galaxy Hero Legend Basetta role, Takehito Koyasu as Rami, Jin Yamanoi as Yam, Wow Wow Goofy Willy role, Takashi Nagasako as Old Man of the Pool and Devil, Ayumi Murata as Hiraru, Hikari Tachibana as Hiraru, and Sumika Umehara as narrator. The system requirements for both Macintosh and Windows are detailed, specifying compatible hardware and software for running the CG collection. For Macintosh, it needs LC2 or later, Kanjitalk 7.5 or later, 8 MB RAM, and a 640 by 480 display with at least 256 colors. For Windows, it requires a 486DX, 33 MHz or faster CPU, Windows 95 NT or 3.1, at least 8 MB RAM, and a 640 by 480 display, capable of at least 256 colors, and a sound card with PCM sound playback. The Planet Blue Dreamtale, Red Horn Stranger, CG Collection 2 disc set is priced at 6,800 yen. This page is all about the Sega Saturn being available at your local convenience store, highlighting the ease of picking up a console and games at one of the 16,000 stores nationwide. They're pushing the convenience store exclusive game, Digital Dance Mix Nami Amuro. You can grab a Sega Saturn console for 20,000 yen, a controller for 2,500 yen, and a power memory for 4,800 yen. They are also advertising games like Enemy Zero at 6,800 yen, described as a visual treat and an interactive movie, and Tenta Makyo, Daion no Mokushiroku, also 6,800 yen, which is teased as a mystical adventure with great graphics. These are available at major chains, like 7-Eleven, Family Mart, Circle K, and Sunkoos. And if your local store doesn't have them, you can order by phone. This page is pushing the convenience of buying games at your local store, announcing a special lottery for 1,300 lucky folks who purchase games at participating convenience stores. The grand prize is military design goods. The campaign runs from December 1st to January 31st. They're giving away some decent prizes in this draw. 50 Panasonic DVD players, 50 Sony Cybershot cameras, 100 NEC TV and antenna sets, 100 Sony MD recorders, and a whopping 1,000 Casio Cybermax watches. Below the prizes, it showcases the latest DigiCube lineup, and surprisingly, it's all PlayStation games. Titles like Final Fantasy V2, Gallop Racer, Puzzle Fighter 2X, Formula 1, and the quirky Cool Cool Tune are featured. Other titles in the lineup include Clock Tower 2, Soul Edge, New Japan Pro Wrestling, Toucan Densetsu 2, Wild Arms, and the upcoming new Super Robot Wars. Finally, there's a section dedicated to convenience store exclusive PlayStation games, spotlighting titles like Super Live Stadium, Prologic Mahjong Haishin, and Bushido Blade, all touted as being available exclusively at convenience stores. The bottom text contains the usual fine print regarding campaign details and eligibility. This page is showcasing Voice Fantasia, Lost Voice Power, an upcoming adventure game focused on voice acting, scheduled for release in spring '97. The game's story involves a world in crisis, centering around a demon king, princesses, and knights, all brought to life with voice acting. They are highlighting the voice actors, listing names like Yuri Amano, Hiroko Konishi, Miyuki Sawayashiro, and others, emphasizing the vocal performances. There's a prize campaign where you can collect 7 voice colors to enter a lottery. 100 lucky people can win a box of 7 character pin badges, and 7 even luckier winners will get autographed signed papers from the voice cast. Below this, they list a series of voice-related magazine titles and their release dates in January '97. These include titles like Red Voice in New Type, Purple Voice in SEGA Saturn Magazine, Blue Voice in Dengeki PlayStation, Sky Blue Voice in SEGA Saturn Tsushin, Green Voice in PlayStation Magazine, Yellow Voice in Saturn Fan, and Orange Voice in Famitsu Wave. It seems like each magazine might feature different voice-related content for the game in the run-up to its release. The page is brought to you by Ask Kodansha, who are publishing the game. This page is an advertisement for the Sega Saturn game, Simulation Zoo. It's all about creating and running your own zoo, aiming to build the best one in the world. The text emphasizes the childhood dream of visiting the zoo and how now you get to manage one yourself. However, it seems your zoo starts in a bit of a state, described as sick or in trouble, so you'll have your work cut out for you. You'll need to manage everything from animal feed balance to park layout, highlighting that being a zookeeper is a tough job. The goal is to rescue the zoo and make it a place everyone admires. The game was scheduled for release on February 7th with a standard price of 5,800 yen, excluding tax. You can see some in-game screenshots showing menu interfaces and zoo building elements. This page is a full-page advert for the Sega Saturn release of Doom and Doom 2 in a double pack. It's labeled as a merciless action series combat game. The advert prominently features classic Doom monsters like the Baron of Hell and Cacodemon, and a space marine blasting away with a shotgun. It emphasizes the intense and bloody action, which is pretty much what Doom is known for. This collection was set to launch in February 1997 and was priced at 5,800 yen, not including tax. You can also see some small in-game screenshots showing the classic Doom gameplay. This page showcases an advert for the SEGA Saturn game Area 51s. It's highlighted as a violent, alien shooting tale, and is a light gun shooter game compatible with the Virtua gun. The advert emphasizes the intense and realistic gameplay, where you battle alien invaders in Area 51. You can see screenshots of the action, including scenes of shooting aliens from a first-person perspective, and a helicopter sequence. They boast about the thrill and intensity of the non-stop shooting action, as you progress through unknown areas, firing at anything that gets in your way. It's set to be released in late January 1997 and priced at 5,800 yen excluding tax. The game is from Williams Entertainment Inc. and published by SoftBank in Japan. This page is an exciting announcement declaring that SEGA Saturn Magazine is now going weekly, dated January 31, 1997. You can see 3 example front covers of the magazine. The first cover on the left advertises features on Fighters Megamix and a digital dance mix. It also mentions Mobile Suit Gundam side story. 2i, the middle cover, highlights Virtua Fighter and Fighters Megamix again, teasing an announcement from AM2, Sega's renowned development studio. The cover on the right hints at upcoming features for killer titles on the Saturn, including Virtual on Oratorio Tangram, Virtua Cop 2, Enemy Zero, and Crazy Taxi. It also teases breaking news about the Gaydrum format, which is interesting, as this was still relatively new tech at the time. This page is a bold announcement for the magazine, declaring a transformation start, which is likely referring to SEGA Saturn Magazine becoming a weekly publication, as we saw on the previous page. The page features a large, stylized image of a character's face, very typical of the Saturn era, alongside another figure silhouetted on a mountain in the background. It looks like a promotional image for a game, though it's not immediately obvious which one. We can also see a partial mock-up of the new weekly magazine cover on the left side of the page. This cover highlights games like Virtua Cop 2, Dynamite Deca, which we know internationally as Die Hard Arcade, and Virtua Fighter 3, suggesting these titles will be featured in upcoming issues. We can also see the SoftBank logo at the top, confirming they are still the publisher. This page is the contents page for the magazine, and it's packed with upcoming game features. Headlining on page 44 is a special report covering a bunch of titles, including Fighters Megamix, The King of Fighters 96, Samurai Showdown RPG, and Resident Evil. They're also looking at Cyberbots and Mega Man 8 Metal Heroes, which would be Mega Man 8 internationally, alongside Die Hard Arcade, Daytona USA Circuit Edition, and what seems to be a snowboarding game called Zap Snowboarding Tricks. Further down the page, they mention Baroque and Waku Waku 7, plus Angelique in Wonderland, Tokimeki Memorial Selection featuring Fujisaki Shiori, Puyo Puyo Sun and Planet Joker, and Sakura Wars Hanagumi Tsushin, which is likely related to Sakura Wars. Page 209 is spotlighting Sega AM2 research, with an Express Neo section, and a special New Year feature, looking at the main games and creators to watch in '97. The page also lists Virtua Striker 2 and Scud Race, suggesting these games will be covered in detail in this issue. The left side of the page has an image of a cool-looking character, possibly from one of the featured games, and the whole layout gives a good overview of what you can expect to find inside this issue of SEGA Saturn Magazine. This magazine issue covers Sega Saturn games. The Sega Saturn press section highlights new releases on page 91, including Evolution, Twin, Skullfang, Amok, and others. Coming soon soft. On page 133 previews, upcoming games like Mobile Suit Gundam Z and Neon Genesis Evangelion Second Impression, along with several other titles. A Sega Saturn Soft Complete Guide appears on page 181, covering games like Enemy Zero and Shining the Holy Ark. Page 204 features Sega AM1 research, focusing on Sega Ski Super Gi Standard Course Strategy, while page 206 delves into AM3 research and the making of character Lisa. Finally, a game index provides an alphabetical listing of game titles and their corresponding page numbers within the magazine. The next page talks about the continued success of SEGA Saturn sales, even in convenience stores. Apparently, sales are booming, especially with the Digicube system, which is making waves. Games like Enemy Zero and a music game, Digital Dance Mix, featuring Yasuharu Konishi and Kiyotaka Sugiyama, are selling really well in these stores. They even mention Tenchi Muyo, 4th episode Yuyuki's Paradise soundtrack being available. The reviewer is expecting Enemy Zero and other titles to keep doing great in the coming year. Moving on, there's a section about the release of a new portable MD recorder from Victor, called the XMR2. This thing is packed with features like a touchscreen, a large display, double-speed recording, and can play for about 12.5 hours. It's priced at 53,000 yen and is set to launch around mid-February. The article suggests that minidisc is becoming the new cool way to enjoy game music, moving beyond crids and tapes. Finally, there's a piece about the debut event for the Band of Fighters, or BOF. This is a band made up of popular SNK characters. Their debut live show was on December 23rd at Omiya Neo Geo World. Characters like Kyo Kusanagi, Iori Yagami, Mai Shiranui, Nakoru, and Terry Bogard are part of this band, represented by robot puppets at the live show. It sounds like a fun and unique event, with audience interaction. They are even releasing a CD of their song Neo Geo J Station on January 18th. SEGA is launching an online store, Merchandise Plaza, for Saturn goods. A legal battle is brewing as Tetris's rights holders sue GameTech for selling a mini Tetris keychain, seeking 3.3 billion yen in damages. An Angelique CL exhibition is happening in Sapporo, alongside an Angelique Cafe. Broccoli is releasing an Asuka 120% side story drama CD. Fujio Online System is launching Papyless, a digital bookstore. Koei is releasing value sets for Nobunaga's Ambition and Romance of the Three Kingdoms. New music singles like Roommate Well a New Image Song are coming out, alongside game releases like Quiz Naruru Dream, Rainbow-Colored Mystery Super Puzzle Fighter 2X, and the drama CD game Kanemoto Maria Storytelling. This page showcases the SEGA Saturn software sales top 10 and arcade video game top 5 rankings. At the top of the software chart is Fighters Mega Mix, a brand new entry that sold a massive amount of copies. Following behind is Enemy Zero in second place and King of Fighters 96 in third. Shining the Holy Ark is at number 4, and rounding out the top 5 is Twin Cobra 2. Moving to the arcade scene, Virtua Fighter 3 unsurprisingly holds the top spot. Following in second is Virtual On, then Wave Runner is in third position. Dead or Alive claims the fourth spot, and lastly Samurai Showdown makes up the top 5 arcade games. The page mentions that Sega's Model 3 arcade board is creating a buzz, with Virtua Striker 2 being confirmed as the third title in the series and previews of its graphics expected soon. They also mention Namco's Tekken 3 being anticipated in arcades soon after. SEGA Saturn enthusiasts have voiced their desires and anticipations in a recent page analyzing the system's future. 2 key lists highlight these expectations. The top 20 games Saturn owners want converted reveals a diverse demand for ports, including RPGs like Final Fantasy, and fighting games like Samurai Showdown, spanning various platforms and genres. The top 15 hopeful new software list showcases upcoming games, with Virtua Fighter 3 leading the pack, followed by Grandia and Tengai Makyo. The Apocalypse IV. Other highly anticipated titles include X-Men vs. Street Fighter and Lunar, Eternal Blue. Development progress bars for ports like Biohazard, 15%, and Dead or Alive, 70%, were also present. This page offers a glimpse into the SEGA Saturn community's preferences and the games that promise to invigorate the console. This page showcases the SEGA Saturn Readers Race Volume 37, an all-soft readers check feature where readers vote for their favorite Saturn games. We can see 2 main ranking tables. Oz Table Saturn A, which seems to be an overall top games chart, and sections for New Arrival Super Hit Express, highlighting newly released games. In the Oz Table Saturn A ranking, Fighters Megamix tops the chart, followed by Sakura Wars and Enemy Zero in the top 3. Other games high up in the list include Panzer Dragoon Zwei, Christmas Nights, and Nights into Dreams. Games from various genres are present in the top rankings. The New Arrival Super Hit Express section features mini-reviews for 2 games. Firstly, Fighters Megamix is praised for its enjoyable gameplay, variety of characters, and entertaining presentation with funny scenes. The reviewer mentions feeling like they were floating in a continuous dream while playing, highlighting its immersive quality. Secondly, Enemy Zero is reviewed, focusing on its difficulty and unique Enemy Zero concept. The reviewer notes the tension and fear it creates, praising the game as a masterpiece, despite its difficulty. Finally, a section titled New Era's Arrival Super Hit Third Place mentions a game that has achieved third place in a new titles ranking, but the game title is partially obscured. It talks about Christmas nights gaining popularity and being in the top ranks again this year, and how the overall Saturn game rankings are changing with new titles coming in. This page continues the SEGA Saturn Readers Race, showcasing more new games and the ongoing Oz Table Saturn B ranking. In the New Arrival Super Hit Express section, we have a look at some recently released titles. First up is Tactics Ogre, praised as a faithful and high-quality port of the Super Famicom classic. Reviewers highlight its deep storyline, user-friendly design, and engaging gameplay. Next is Sega Worldwide Soccer 97, noted for its improved controls, new moves, and realistic soccer action, making it a fun and immersive experience. Taiku Rishiden 2 also gets a mention, a deep simulation game where you can play as a merchant, daimyo, or ninja, emphasizing freedom and engaging storylines. Super Puzzle Fighter 2X is reviewed positively for its fast-paced, combat-driven puzzle action and strategic depth. Another interesting title is Undo Kai, which seems to be a fun party sports game perfect for multiplayer with simple controls and a variety of characters. Legend of Galactic Heroes is highlighted for faithfully capturing the anime storyline and offering an immersive narrative experience for fans. Lastly, Mighty Hits is featured as a simple but enjoyable rhythm game with catchy tunes, good for casual fun with friends. The Oz Table Saturn B section presents a continuation of the overall Saturn game rankings. It's a long list of titles with reader scores, showing a wide range of games that are highly rated by Saturn fans. It seems to be a more detailed breakdown of the overall popular titles on the system. This page delves into Sega Saturn game reviews and continues the Oz Table Saturn C rankings. Reviews cover several titles, starting with The King of Fighters 96, a well-ported two-player fighting game with improved graphics and a forgiving CPU. Bear's Adventure is highlighted for its RPG elements, monster raising, and relaxing gameplay. Shining the Holy Ark is praised as a story-driven RPG with strategic battles and a unique Shining series flavor. Terra Fantastica is a system-oriented RPG with good graphics and strategic combat. Finally, Kyankyan Bunny Premiere 2 is recommended as an easy-to-read and heartwarming adventure game. The page concludes with the Oz Table Saturn C rankings, a reader-voted list of popular Saturn games. This issue features Sega Saturn game previews and a reader poll. Previews highlight Space Invaders 96, praised for its classic appeal, Ultraman, Giant Legend of Light, for its faithful visuals, Fighter Pro Wrestling, 6-Men Scramble, for its realistic wrestling gameplay, and Android Kikaider, Last Judgment, for its story and action. The Oz Table section ranks Saturn peripherals, with the Virtua Stick Pro at the top. An advertisement promotes New Year's gift options for twin sticks and network play accessories. A Software Saturn review mentions Megamix, likely Segasonic Arcade Mix, and its continued popularity. Reader participation is encouraged with the Sega Saturn Readers Race Participants Contest, offering prizes. Additionally, the issue includes prize giveaways, Oz Table Dream Game Chance featuring Fighters Megamix, and Digital Dance Mix featuring Amuro Nami, and another with 3 different Sega Saturn controller prizes. This page is all about secret techniques and hidden characters in Fighters Megamix. It starts with a trick to change the BM stage floor to a panda design, simply by picking Panda as your character when you select the BM stage. Next, it explains how to choose your partner in Team Battle mode by pressing the X and P buttons while selecting your fighter. There's also a tip for a special Team Battle result screen, which appears if you win a match while holding down the A, B, C buttons. Lastly, it focuses on characters whose weapons can be broken, highlighting that in Fighters Megamix, weapons aren't indestructible. It points out 5 characters with breakable weapons: Jacket's gun, Shiba's sword, Vicky's skateboard, Rackle's guitar, and Hayoten's nunchaku, and details how their weapons can be destroyed during fights. This page continues the Fighters Megamix special techniques, but also introduces a character from Rent-A-Hero number 1, the Rent-A-Hero himself, who is described as a part-time hero. The page highlights his Dragon Thunder move, explaining it's a powerful flying technique. There are more secret techniques detailed, including the Mamat kick and guard and attack, which seem to involve guarding and counterattacking effectively. The Dragon Thunder move is elaborated on further, indicating it's a strong descending attack that can knock opponents down. Then there's a section called Yameteru's Room, seemingly from a player named Yameteru, giving advice. He talks about the Mawat kick, emphasizing timing for it to connect properly after guarding. He also mentions the Koko de Opanga punch, suggesting it's a good move to use when the opponent is high in the air after a launcher. Another technique, the Koko de Chukai-sama, is recommended for its good reach and ease of use. Lastly, there's a checkpoint about battery life, reminding players that if the controller battery dies mid-match, the Rent-A-Hero character will revert to a regular fighter. Finally, at the bottom, there's a table listing various techniques with their commands and remarks, but it's mostly in Japanese and looks like a detailed move list for the game. This page is all about Bon from Fighting Vipers 2. It introduces him as a hidden character available in the game and even gives a bit of backstory, saying he was created by the AM2 team and was initially designed as the very first character. The page shows off Bon's stage called Wilderness and his victory pose. There's a section dedicated to Bon's moves, explaining some key techniques. For example, the Kenrenka is described as an easy-to-use, fundamental technique, good for air combos. The Shurai Senpu Renha is mentioned as a combo move performed at close range with high damage. The Hao Kugeki is a powerful attack that can break armor. The page also details various combat situations and recommended attack types for each. For instance, it suggests using P attacks against opponents who are floating in the air, G-type attacks against guarding opponents, and P plus G for guard breaks. There's a section on continuous combos emphasizing armor-breaking techniques, with example combos like P plus K, and P plus G plus K. It highlights a first strike reversal technique too. Finally, there's a big table listing a huge number of Bon's techniques, along with their commands and some remarks. It seems to be a detailed move list covering various attack types and situations, from basic strikes to throws and special moves. This page focuses on Janet from Virtua Cop 2. It introduces Janet as a character with a police academy background, specializing in Aikido. The page highlights that she's a design from the AM2 team. There's a section showing Janet's stage, which is the Virtua Cop stage, and also her winning pose after a fight. The page then goes into detail about Janet's fighting style, emphasizing must-learn techniques. It mentions key moves like the Soda Shinken, which is a quick capture technique, and the Ten Shinyushin, a counterattack. It describes her fighting style as using nimble movements and strong throws to overwhelm opponents. There are sections detailing medium attacks, upper attacks, throws, and lower attacks, giving example moves for each and explaining when to use them effectively. The Gorgeous Combination section talks about combos, highlighting the Uzumaki Shutu combo as a way to deal good damage. The Big Damage section encourages players to aim for powerful throws and combos for significant damage. Finally, there's a large table, which is a comprehensive move list for Janet, showing the command inputs and remarks for each technique. This table seems to cover a wide range of attacks, from basic strikes to more advanced throws and special moves. This page introduces Bean the Dynamite from Sonic the Fighters as a hidden character, and highlights that he is also an AM2 development team design. It mentions that his father is also Bean, implying a lineage or character connection. The page showcases Bean's stage, which is South Island from the Sonic universe. The reviewer expresses excitement about fighting on this stage, mentioning the background music and ring elements. The section Bean's Winning Pose describes his celebratory actions after a victory, noting his expressions of joy and confident poses. Must-learn techniques details Bean's fighting style, recommending moves such as the side kick, middle attack, upper attack, and throw techniques. It describes how to effectively use these moves in combat, emphasizing combos and aerial attacks. The recommended continuous techniques section suggests using combos starting with throws to transition into aerial combos. Warp is how you use it. Explains Bean's unique warp ability for maneuvering around the stage, suggesting its use for positioning and creating openings for attacks. It details how to use the warp and provides tips on using it effectively in conjunction with aerial combos. Finally, there are 2 tables summarizing Bean's move list, with commands and remarks for each technique. These tables detail a wide array of moves, including various kicks, punches, throws, and special techniques like the warp. The page also shows a taunt your opponent section, encouraging players to use taunts during matches. This page introduces Bark the polar bear from Sonic the Fighters as another hidden character, also designed by the AM2 development team. The designers mention that Bark is based on the original Sonic design, but with unique characteristics. It showcases Bark's stage, the ice field, described as a snowy landscape with auroras in the background and a traditional Sonic soundtrack. The Bark's winning pose section details his triumphant actions after winning a fight, highlighting his confident and boastful demeanor. The page includes a must-learn techniques section that advises players to understand Bark's fighting style, noting his powerful attacks and suggesting the use of moves like the large wheel punch, middle attack, and barrier walk. It mentions that Bark is not as mobile as other characters, so careful positioning and timing are key. The recommended continuous techniques suggests using combos involving throws and aerial attacks, emphasizing that Bark's aerial combos are particularly strong when launched after throws or when the opponent is airborne. A checkpoint section focuses on the giant swing move, recommending players to practice and master this technique, describing it as a powerful throw that is effective in various situations, especially after dodging and approaching opponents. Finally, there are 2 tables summarizing Bark's move list with commands and remarks, detailing a wide range of punches, kicks, throws, and special moves, including variations and conditional attacks, like those performed during guard breaks or while running. This page is all about King of Fighters 96 CPU strategy on normal mode. It highlights CPU fighting characteristics, noting that the CPU reacts quickly and uses unique tactics for each character. The article breaks down CPU behavior into 5 key points. CPU reactions are fast, making for tough fights. It's essential to adopt a waiting strategy. The CPU responds to your actions. It frequently charges its power gauge to become invincible. And finally, it uses power gauge-based tactics like desperation moves. The page details 4 basic attack patterns the CPU uses. Continuous attack type, which focuses on jump-in attacks and continuous combos. Counter-attack type, which emphasizes countering the player's attacks. Special move rush type, focusing on using special moves. And throw type, which relies on throws to break through defense. There's advice for beginners on how to approach CPU battles, recommending players look at character face pictures on the page and use them as reference when picking characters to play, and for experienced players it suggests picking teams with X marks for a higher challenge. This guide provides strategies for defeating the CPU in King of Fighters 96, using the main character team on normal difficulty. Kyo utilizes aggressive offense. Force push it, employing jump-ins, combos, and origami. Benimaru favors long-range play. Longfoot I love you, with his standing strong kick and the Benimaru collider, but cautions against over-reliance on the former. Goro should focus on air blowaway attacks, using a pattern attacks, throws, or aerial attacks if blocked. The guide also advises against solely relying on these strategies, suggesting a waiting game and counterattacks, using characters like Leona, Krauser, Ryo, and Chin, with examples of specific moves. It offers counters to opponents wise to the standing strong kick, like command throws and the collider. A jump strong kick into standing weak kick setup for the collider is suggested. Luring the CPU by repeatedly using the standing strong kick to provoke a jump is a tactic. Finally, the guide advises combo practice early in matches and a basic versus pattern involving power-ups, aerial throws, and specific responses to opponent actions. This page from SEGA Saturn Magazine dives into CPU battle strategies for the legendary Hungry Wolf team in what's likely King of Fighters 96. It breaks down tactics for Terry Bogard and Beggy Bogard and Joe Higashi, giving you the lowdown on how to dominate the computer-controlled opponents. For Terry, the guide emphasizes a fundamental approach, mixing light and heavy attacks with jump-ins, and special moves like Burning Knuckle and Rising Tackle. They even give specific advice for fighting against Ryo Sakazaki. Andy's strategy revolves around using his wall-bounce supersonic palm move. The idea is to position yourself near the edge of the screen and counter enemy attacks with this powerful palm strike. Characters like Leona, Geese Howard, and Rio are mentioned as prime examples where this tactic works well. They also talk about utilizing his projectile moves, Flying Fist, Supersonic Wave, and Flying Fist. Joe's section focuses on offensive pressure using his Hurricane Upper. The guide suggests combining jump attacks and strong punches with the Hurricane Upper, finishing combos with his devastating Explosion Fist. Specific strategies against Ryo and Kim Ka-Fwan are also detailed. Finally, the CPU traits section gives general advice for facing the AI, pointing out that the CPU tends to wait for openings to unleash powerful attacks. It stresses the importance of finishing combos and managing your special move gauge to gain an edge. This page continues the CPU section, this time focusing on strategies for Ryo Sakazaki, Robert Garcia, and Yuri Sakazaki, again for what seems to be king of fighters. For Ryo, the guide suggests a fierce Tiger Thunder God strong assault pattern. The core idea is to get in close and use rapid weak punches. They caution against relying too much on strong attacks, as the CPU is good at punishing those. The Tiger Cannon move is mentioned as effective when the opponent is cornered. Robert's strategy revolves entirely around his Flying Swallow Whirlwind Kick. The guide emphasizes using long-range standing weak kicks to set up, and spamming the Flying Swallow Whirlwind Kick repeatedly, even suggesting you can just keep doing it after blocking. Yuri's approach is described as making the CPU super easy peasy with the 100 slaps move. The advice is straightforward. Just keep using 100 slaps. They suggest canceling strong punches into 100 slaps for effectiveness, and using her Flying Swallow Gale Kick to control space. They even point out a scenario where the CPU might guard the 100 slaps, but Yuri has follow-up options. The CPU traits section reiterates that the CPU is patient, waiting for openings to unleash powerful attacks. It reinforces the importance of finishing your combos and managing your special move gauge to gain an advantage. The page also includes screenshots that visually demonstrate these battle strategies in action. This King of Fighters guide details CPU strategies for Leona, Ralph, and Clark. Leona's Moonslasher for mission complete strategy emphasizes using the Moonslasher after a jump strong punch, effective against unguarded opponents. The guide offers specific advice for fighting Yuri and Kim, highlighting the importance of avoiding predictable attacks. Ralph's strategy, throwing aim and strong punch, centers around throws. Start with jump attacks, then guard, and use command throws when the CPU gets close, utilizing follow-up punches. Clark's command throw is good. Strategy relies on command throws, particularly the Super Argentine Backbreaker, SAB, attack from above. And if it connects, follow with a command throw. Use SAB as a counter. Timing command throws is key. The CPU is patient and exploits openings. Counter-jumping attacks with Moonslasher or XCA Liber. This guide provides CPU strategies for Psycho Soldier, focusing on Athena, Kensu, and Chin. Athena's guide, Perfect Victory with Phoenix Arrow only, suggests spamming Phoenix Arrow, chipping away at the opponent's health even when guarded, and using Crystal Shoot after blocking. Kensu's What About Strong Kick and Super Ball Bullet focuses on strong kicks and Super Ball bullets, exploiting the Krupu's tendency to jump after being hit, with specific tactics for opponents like Ryo, Leona, and Kim. Chin's strategy, easy win just by sleeping, humorously suggests winning by utilizing Chin's sleeping stance and various attacks from that position, especially against jumping opponents. The guide also details CPU characteristics, warning against predictable patterns, emphasizing the Krupu's strong use of reflectors, and advising players to use varied, strategic attacks, including jumping attacks and anti-air techniques. The next page continues the CPU strategy guide, now focusing on different characters and games. First up is Kasumi Todo, with the strategy emphasizing heavy attacks and Shirayama Kogeki. It highlights her standing strong kick and close-range combat, suggesting using the Shirayama Kogeki move to push opponents into a corner. The basic pattern and effective technique are marked with symbols A, X, O, and hollow-up pointing triangle. Next is Mai Shiranui, whose strategy is titled Effectively Use Special Moves. It focuses on using Pattern C and her special moves like the ground version of Musabi no Mai and Shiranui Ryu Enbu, especially the weak Shiranui Ryu Enbu. It suggests using these moves to pressure opponents and capitalize on openings. Then comes King, with a strategy titled Limitless X, close to hollow-up pointing triangle, but this section discusses a stable pattern using surprise rows, suggesting using a middle jump strong kick and far jump to set it up. It also details strategies for fighting against Andy and Geese, focusing on using surprise rows and counter tactics. Finally, there's a section on CPU features, which notes the Creepu's tendency to jump and recommends using anti-air attacks in response. It warns about predictable patterns against the CPU and suggests utilizing varied attacks, including jumping attacks, to counter their reflectors and super moves. The guide advises to wait for the CPU to use super moves and then counterattack. This CPU strategy guide focuses on the Kim team from a fighting game. Kim Kafwan's strategy emphasizes a mix of aerial attacks, particularly shooting star drop and flying swallow kick, to keep opponents guarding. Chang Kohan's strategy revolves around his iron ball attack, advising players to anticipate and counter enemy reactions. Choi Baunja's guide highlights aggressive offense, recommending the flying swallow flash slash and specific combinations. The guide also includes broader strategies, such as using ranged attacks and reading opponent movements. Specific tactics are given against characters like Ralph, Krauser, Leona, Terry, and Geese, focusing on exploiting openings and countering predictable moves. Finally, the guide notes the Creepu's tendency to jump, recommending anti-air attacks and varied offensive tactics to exploit predictable patterns and supermove usage. This guide details CPU strategies for the Yagami team on normal difficulty. Iori Yagami's offensive style centers around ABC combos, using weak attacks to cancel into Darkness Slash, which disrupts the opponent's rhythm even on guard cancel and can be followed up. The guide also includes counter strategies for grapplers and rushdown characters. Mature utilizes ABA combos, initiating with jump attacks followed by Metal Massacre. This combo is reliable and can be repeated. She can also use or blowing attacks or cancel Metal Massacre. Avace's strategy focuses on jump attacks and throws, using Avaba patterns to transition from jump attacks to throws, especially effective against the CPU. The guide also recommends negative gain after jump attacks and close standing strong punches into a 2-hit cancel to deal damage. General CPU strategies involve varied attacks, mixing jumps and ground attacks, to overcome the Creepu's tendency to guard and use supermoves, use power charges and feints to bait openings and punish predictable attacks. This page covers CPU or CPU strategy for boss team characters in a fighting game. It looks at Geese, Howard, Wolfgang, Krauser, and Mr. Big, and suggests basic patterns and effective strategies to use against the CPU when playing as these characters. For Geese Howard, the advice is to utilize jump attacks, mixing up the timing to keep the CPU guessing, and then follow up with Repukin. It's mentioned to be wary of rushdown characters, and to use Repukin effectively in combos and against jump-ins. Wolfgang Krauser's strategy revolves around using blitzballs, alternating between high and low versions, and then capitalizing on openings with Kaiser Wave. The guide suggests using Kaiser Suplex up close and leveraging blitzballs to create opportunities. Mr. Big's approach is described as great, emphasizing the use of Grand Blaster, Jab Strong Punch, and Blaster. The recommendation is to be aggressive, use counters, and employ guard crushes. The page also includes a section on general CPU characteristics, noting their tendency to block and use supermoves. It advises players to mix jumps and ground attacks, utilize power charges, and feints to bait and punish predictable CPU actions. Air throws and double attack/cancel techniques are also highlighted as effective strategies. This page is about the upcoming RPG adaptation of the popular fighting game series Samurai Shodown, titled Samurai Shodown: Bushido Blade. The page highlights the game's scenario titled Yasha Heavenly Advent Chapter. The game's story revolves around 6 main characters and their journeys across Japan, triggered by the advent of Yasha Heavenly King. Depending on the chosen protagonist, the storyline and starting locations will vary, offering unique drama development. Each character also has dedicated events within the game. The page then focuses on the scenario for the character Nakoru. It describes a scene in Kamui-Kotan, Hokkaido, where Nakoru encounters her father. The screenshots depict Nakoru's journey through snowy landscapes, encountering her father, and facing a dramatic event where her father is attacked. The text suggests this event shapes Nakoru's resolve and journey in the game. The page also gives brief glimpses of other locations like Edo and Kyoto, showcasing different environments and events players will encounter throughout Japan in Samurai Showdown. Bushido Blade. Kyoto's section mentions a mysterious figure known as Lord Enmao, and Edo's section hints at dungeons and important items. This page of the Samurai Showdown. Bushido Blade preview focuses on the Bewitching Flowers Lament chapter, hinting at Mizuki's world domination plot, the impending actions of the demon Ashura, and the possibility of exploring Mizuki's lair. A great world map reveals the game's global scope, including locations like Paris, Beijing, and San Francisco. The Demon Path, a personalized dungeon with random encounters, is a major feature, with the warrior's name inscribed within. The page also introduces a new character, Nagori Ayame, a cool and collected wind scroll user wielding a large blade. Finally, events are packed all over the world. Hints at diverse challenges in Beijing, potentially the Forbidden City, Paris, Palace of Versailles, and San Francisco, where characters face separation in a labyrinth. This page is a special report focusing on the highly anticipated Saturn port of Resident Evil, or Biohazard as it's known in Japan. The page emphasizes the game's core horror elements, highlighting the oppressive atmosphere of secret, enclosed rooms, and the gruesome imagery associated with corpses. It stresses the constant tension and fear players will experience, fueled by unsettling sound effects and music, designed to keep players on edge. The feature mentions the overwhelming demand for a Saturn version of Resident Evil, placing it high in the top 20 of requested ports. It emphasizes that the port is finally happening due to popular demand. The page highlights the game's realism and immersive horror, stating that players will experience true fear within the game's world. The reviewer believes the game's strength lies in its ability to evoke stress and tension through challenging gameplay and a high degree of completion. The screenshots showcase various environments from the game, from claustrophobic corridors and rooms filled with unsettling details, to encounters with grotesque creatures, reinforcing the survival horror theme. The bottom right corner provides key details. The game is by Capcom, slated for release in spring 1997 at a price of 5,800 yen, and is categorized as survival horror. Essentially, this page is building hype for the Saturn version of Resident Evil, assuring fans it will deliver the intense horror experience they are craving. This article previews the SEGA Saturn version of Resident Evil, highlighting its focus on extreme horror. The game emphasizes mystery and suspense through unexplained events, a chilling atmosphere with disturbing audio, and strategic item management. Players must carefully manage limited resources while navigating fixed camera angles, which heighten the sense of vulnerability. The game delves into psychological horror, preying on players' fears and anxieties. Screenshots showcase environments and zombie encounters. Capcom expresses gratitude for the enthusiastic support of Saturn users, confirming the port's development due to popular demand. They promise a definitive horror experience and ongoing updates, emphasizing that fan enthusiasm drove the project. This page is all about Cyberbots. Full Metal Madness for the SEGA Saturn, announcing some exciting new features for this home console version. It's being advertised as a premium version with a DX secret file, included as a first-run bonus, packed with newly drawn illustrations and character profiles. One of the biggest reveals is that boss characters, previously unplayable in the arcade version, will be usable in the Saturn game. Apparently, these boss or variant armors were considered too powerful in the arcade, so they've been balanced for home play. The page features an interview with the producer from Capcom, Seiji Yukawa, discussing the original elements they're adding to the Saturn version. He mentions they are including loads of illustrations, story details, and information about Cyberbots, aiming to make it a definitive version. He specifically names the illustrator, Nishimura Kinu, as being heavily involved and putting a lot of effort into the artwork. The producer also teases new scenarios with characters like Devilit, Shade, and Chi. We also get a look at some in-game screenshots showcasing the intense robot battles. There's a spotlight on a mech called S008 Super 8, described as Devilit's personal machine, with a unique six-legged design and octopus-like feet, armed with missiles and scissor hands. It sounds like a chaotic and fun mech to play as. This page continues hyping up the Saturn version of Cyberbots. Full Metal Madness, focusing on the exciting news that 3 boss characters are now playable. Apparently, fan demand was high to use these characters, which were considered too strong for the arcade. For the Saturn release, they've been balanced and integrated into the story. The page emphasizes that the Saturn version will have a deeper story, diving into elements not seen in the arcade. It mentions that scenarios will involve Devilat, Shade, and Chiyomaru and Tessin, all of whom are now playable. The story in the Saturn version is described as having more depth than the arcade. We get closer looks at these characters and their mechs. Devilat is presented with her crazy entourage and her unique Super 8 mech. Shade is highlighted with his dual personality and the Gildine VA. And Chiyomaru and Tessin, the father and daughter duo, are shown piloting the Gul'dan VA. Finally, there are screenshots of other mechs in action, specifically the A-10033 Geats and Valea O2 Helion, showcasing the intense mech battles you can expect in Cyberbots. This page is all about Mega Man 8, or Rockman 8 Metal Heroes as it's known here, and it's highlighting the Saturn version. It kicks off by saying, "Action is alive and well on Saturn," mentioning that the 8th game in the series features 8 stage bosses which you can defeat to power up. They're emphasizing the visual side of things, saying the game visuals and stage direction are even better than before. They introduce 4 of the robot masters you'll face: Tenguman, Clownman, Frostman, and Grenademan, showing off screenshots from their stages. Tenguman's stage looks like it's set in a Japanese-style fortress. Clownman's is bright and colorful. Frostman's is icy and industrial, and Grenademan's is a fiery factory area. There's a section comparing the Saturn and PlayStation versions, asking PS version and what's different. Apparently, the Saturn version has a bonus mode added, featuring nostalgic anime cutscenes, and you can collect illustrations of bosses and listen to character voices. Another section talks about front half stages and how they're not to be missed. It explains that in the stages before you reach the mid-boss, you can collect screws. These screws, 40 in total, are hidden in the stages, and you can use them to power up Mega Man, so they are really important to find and collect. This article reviews the first 10 years of the Mega Man franchise. An interview with Capcom's Hideki Motoyoshi reveals the character's origin as a new concept, despite initial design doubts. The article then presents a timeline of games from 1987 to 1995, starting with the original Mega Man and its introduction of Dr. Wily and Robot Masters. Subsequent entries highlight key features: Mega Man 2's graphical improvements, Mega Man 3's sliding and rush, Mega Man 4's charge shot, and the advancements in Mega Man 5 and 6. The timeline continues with Mega Man 7 and the shift to the Super Famicom era. It also covers the Mega Man X series, emphasizing the evolving gameplay. Finally, Motoyoshi states the target audience is around 12 years old, and the team aims to maintain that appeal through innovation. This page is a detailed breakdown of the moves and controls for the Sega game Deka Deka Daikeiji, which translates roughly to Super Cop Great Detective. It looks like a beat-em-up game with a focus on hand-to-hand combat. The page is packed with tables listing out all the moves the player character, who is a detective, can perform. These are broken down into categories like punch attacks, kick attacks, jump attacks, and even special techniques. The tables show the move names, command inputs using button notations like APE for punch and K for kick, and the attack level, like upper, middle, or lower. There are even sections for more advanced movement techniques, getting up from the ground, and special moves. It seems very in-depth, aimed at players who want to master the game's combat system. Alongside the move lists, there are screenshots showing the game in action, giving a glimpse of the gameplay and the character in different poses. The page also highlights the basic controls: punch, kick, and jump, explaining they are fundamental for combat and combos. It's a comprehensive guide to mastering the detective's fighting skills in this action-packed title. This page breaks down the grab attack mechanics in Deka Deka Daikeiji. It explains that grabbing allows you to set up attacks, and the page details various grab moves and their commands. There's a grab move list outlining different throws like the giant swing, German suplex, and more, along with their button inputs. The page also covers follow-up attacks you can perform after a grab, showing how to extend combos and increase damage. Special grab techniques are mentioned too, highlighting unique grab variations. Moving on, The grab combo flowchart section shows how to incorporate grabs into combo sequences, linking them with punches and kicks. The criminal basic battle tactics section discusses core strategies, recommending moves like the dash upper and knee kick, along with grabs as essential combat tools. Finally, the page emphasizes criminal continuous moves, especially aerial combos, highlighting their effectiveness in battle and showcasing example combos with screenshots. The page suggests that mastering grabs and aerial combos are vital for success in Deca Deca Daikeiji. This page is all about the upcoming release of Daytona USA Circuit Edition. It's showcasing a special interview with the development team, highlighting that the game is finally complete and ready for launch. The page mentions that all 5 courses are ready to be conquered and features a luxurious talk with the development team about the game. We get insights from developers like Riku Hattori and Shiro Sugimura from SEGA CS Development Department. Hattori-san talks about the initial stages of development, working with Nagoshi-san, and aiming for a unified game image. Sugimura-san discusses the enjoyable time attack mode and compares it to rally games, diving into programming aspects and challenges. There's a special report stating the game's completion rate is at 100%, and it mentions the development team members who contributed. The page also details the release information for the game in Japan. January 24th, priced at 5,800 yen, a racing game for 12 players, compatible with racing controllers and multi-controllers. It really drums up the excitement for the release of Daytona USA Circuit Edition. Developers Ohashi Osamu, Wada Akihiro, and Nakamura Tatsuhiro from SEGA CS Development discuss Daytona USA Circuit Edition. They are most enthusiastic about the game's link cable multiplayer, highlighting the fun of head-to-head racing and online play via X-Band. Development involved humorous moments, like a late-night mistaken identity. They confidently call Circuit Edition their masterpiece, emphasizing improvements to game balance, AI, and the ability to race with 8 cars simultaneously. They are proud of the increased depth, new courses, and encourage players to discover the differences between the cars. A super amazing cheat code, Desco, is teased. They encourage players to aim for fast times and fully experience the game's multiplayer features. This page is a strategy guide focusing on Daytona USA Circuit Edition, giving players expert tips to conquer 2 courses, 3-7 Speedway and Dinosaur Canyon. For 3-7 Speedway, the guide highlights the billiard crash corner as a key point. It advises players to maintain full throttle except when braking and drifting around corners, aiming for a target exit speed of 275 km per hour. Test driver Nakamura emphasizes corner entry and finding the right timing to drift smoothly. Moving on to Dinosaur Canyon, the guide pinpoints the tricky Tricera Road section leading to the final corner. It suggests maintaining 4th gear through most of the course, using drift to navigate corners smoothly, especially the final hairpin. Bandana Nakamura recommends using controlled drifts and maintaining speed through the tunnel section, aiming for a cornering speed of around 260 km per hour for the final corner to secure a fast lap. The page uses track maps and in-game screenshots to illustrate the racing lines and techniques discussed for each course. This page continues the Daytona USA Circuit Edition strategy guide and focuses on expert tips for 2 more tracks, Seaside Galaxy and National Park Speedway. For Seaside Galaxy, the guide points out that the start and end corners are crucial. It describes it as a long and difficult course with tricky corners like the Comet Curve. The advice here is all about mastering drifting techniques and maintaining speed throughout the course. The expert suggests carefully managing drift and braking while approaching corners, and emphasizes keeping speed up through the Comet Curve. Moving to National Park Speedway, the focus shifts to the 3rd right-hand corner, declaring, "Everything is decided there." Quote, "This is a new course, characterized by shaped corners." The guide advises an in-out approach to cornering, focusing on smooth steering and rhythm. It suggests using slight braking and controlled drifts to navigate the corners effectively, particularly the 3rd right corner, and recommends maintaining speed around 240 km per hour to clear it successfully. Both sections feature advice from test driver Nakamura, emphasizing drift control and speed management as keys to mastering these challenging courses. The Desert City Track Guide for Daytona USA Circuit Edition stresses smooth cornering to avoid spinning out. Maintaining car stability through braking and controlled drifting is key, with test driver Nakamura emphasizing drift control. The guide also details the Daytona USA Circuit Edition Time Attack contest, held from January 24th to March 31st. Participants recorded their best runs across 5 courses and submitted them via VHS tape. Prizes included Daytona caps, SEGA Saturn accessories, and other racing-themed items for the top 3 overall. Qualifying times for each course are listed: 3.7 Speedway, 17.80 seconds; Dinosaur Canyon, 45 seconds; Desert City, 45 seconds; Seaside Galaxy, 140, and National Park Speedway, 34 seconds. Contest rules allowed car selection from an initial set of 8, with auto or manual transmission options. This page showcases the SEGA Saturn snowboarding game, Snowboarding Tricks. It's highlighted as a Pony Canyon sports title, set for release on February 7th, priced at 5,800 yen, and is a single-player experience suitable for all ages. The page emphasizes that this isn't just another racing game, but a snowboarding game that focuses on the exhilarating feeling of speed and control on the slopes. The developers aim to capture the essence of snowboarding with a new engine that allows for dynamic movement and realistic board handling, especially when carving corners and performing tricks. The special reports section suggests the game offers a fresh take on the genre, moving beyond simple racing mechanics. It mentions a focus on weight transfer for forward momentum and refined controls for smooth and stylish snowboarding. The page also features a supervisor section, introducing 2 professional snowboarders, Bubbles and Mitsui Katsuo, who have apparently overseen the game's development to ensure authenticity. Bubbles is noted as a well-known figure in Japanese snowboarding since the early 90s, now active in video and television. Mitsui Katsuo is a JSBA pro snowboarder from 1970, also known for his work with the Credit brand in snowboarding and related media. The screenshots illustrate in-game action, featuring dynamic camera angles and snowy mountain environments. This page dives deeper into the gameplay mechanics of snowboarding tricks, focusing on the exciting air tricks you can pull off. It highlights 3 specific trick types: the ollie, which is your basic jump, initiated with the directional pad and the B button; the grub, performed with the directional pad and the C button, described as a stylish grab trick; and spin moves, executed by combining grab actions with directional pad inputs for rotations, emphasizing the risk and reward aspect of bigger spins. The page also touches on player character selection, mentioning 3 distinct polygon-modeled character types you can choose from. It notes that you can even select your preferred foot for riding in the character selection screen. One character type, Extreme, is specifically detailed as being suited for high-speed riding and cornering, catering to players who prioritize speed and carving. The screenshots showcase various in-game moments, displaying the trick animations and dynamic camera angles mentioned on the previous page, further illustrating the fast-paced snowboarding action. The next page dives into the course selection for snowboarding tricks, outlining 4 distinct course types: easy, normal, hard, and park. The easy course is described as beginner-friendly, set in a Japanese ski resort and designed for casual play. The normal course, also set in a Japanese casual-style resort, is slightly more challenging with varied slopes and bank angles. The hard course takes you to a European mountain, emphasizing speed and technical turns, suited for experienced players. Finally, park, selectable only in free mode, is built with half-pipes and tabletops, encouraging freestyle tricks. This page also showcases 2 character types, spinner and normal. The spinner type is geared towards freestyle riding and impressive air tricks, boasting high cornering ability but just average speed. The normal type, described as the only female character, is presented as an all-rounder with balanced abilities suitable for various playstyles. Both character types have their speed and cornering abilities rated with stars, visually highlighting their strengths and weaknesses. The screenshots illustrate gameplay across different courses and with different character types, demonstrating the varied environments and trick possibilities within snowboarding tricks. This page introduces Baroque, a highly anticipated RPG for 97. It highlights that the protagonist starts as a blank slate, completely devoid of memory. The developers mention they are building the game with a 3D engine and are currently working on character modeling and background elements, expressing excitement about seeing how it looks when running on the Saturn. The game system is described as fully 3Ds and primarily set in a location called the Nerve Tower. Players will start outside and progress inwards, exploring dungeon-like interiors with narrow passages connecting rooms and floors. The protagonist is visually represented on screen but doesn't speak, communicating instead through visual cues. The story unfolds through the protagonist's perspective as they explore, having lost their memories and unable to verbally express themselves. The What's Baroque section describes the game's world as one of twisted delusions, set in a future Earth plagued by bizarre incidents and rising death tolls. Mysterious beings called Baroque-type crimes or Baroque murderers have emerged, driving people to commit murders. The world is in chaos, and the few survivors struggle to survive in a distorted reality. Gameplay-wise, Baroque is a 3D dungeon RPG where players explore the Nerve Tower. The developers emphasize the visual style, aiming for a spatial distortion that will be a key characteristic of the game. They are focused on creating unique gameplay experiences with story progression and item usage within this distorted world. Baroque is being developed by Sting and is classified as an RPG. Koichi Mirakura, director of Baroque, discusses the game's development, drawing on his experience with titles like Treasure Hunter G. Influenced by cinema, Baroque aims for a unique style blending Hollywood direction with European and Danish film aesthetics, creating a distinct atmosphere. The game, set in a ruined future, emphasizes decay and unease, drawing comparisons to Blade Runner, Delicatessen, and Stinkbomb from Memories. The protagonist's amnesia fosters a strong player connection. Baroque explores the theme of humanity's hidden sin and the desire for freedom from it. The game delves into the question of this sin and how to overcome it. Character art is presented, showcasing Angel Coriel, a large angel within the Nerve Tower, and Eliza, a mysterious being connected to the protagonist and speaking of God's will. This page is dedicated to Waku Waku 7 on the SEGA Saturn, highlighting it as a highly anticipated arcade fighting game making its way to the console. The article, marked as a special report and stating the game is 70% complete, focuses on what makes it unique. It showcases the unique gauge system comprised of 3 key elements: Doki Doki attack, a powerful special move dealing big damage; Hara Hara attack, a defensive technique activated during tense moments; and Super Mode, a full-body powered-up state-enhancing attack and defense. 3 characters are introduced. Makuhara Arena, described as a well-rounded, easy-touse character with satisfying combos. Rai, excelling in aerial combat with a wide array of special moves available both on the ground and in the air. And Marurun, a combo specialist best suited for close-quarters combat. The page also includes screenshots demonstrating gameplay and character art, building excitement for the title. Release information indicates a March launch from Sunsoft, with 2 price points: 7,800 yen for the expanded RAM version and 5,800 yen for the standard edition. The game is also emphasized for its competitive versus mode. This page introduces 4 playable characters in Waku Waku 7. Tesse Longbrozo, Slash, Dandy J, and Politank Z. Tesse, a robot maid, is a tricky character employing household tools for attacks. Slash, a stylish swordsman, excels in long-range attacks and quick movements, keeping opponents off balance. Dandy J uses a whip and can throw objects and his animal companions, making him a strong offensive force. Politank Z, a police tank robot, relies on strategic positioning and projectile attacks, particularly his devastating Doki Doki attack. The page also mentions bonus characters: Bonus Kun, returning from Galaxy Fight, and Fernandez, who is playable in the Saturn version of the game, expanding the character roster. This page is a developer interview section focused on Waku Waku 7, titled Arena's Thrilling Question Corner. We get to hear from Yuichi Ueda, the director, Jin Muraki, the designer, and Kazuo Futai, the sound designer, all sporting bunny masks in their photos. The developers explain that the name Waku Waku 7 comes from wanting to create a game that's exciting and fun for everyone, even the section chief, with the 7 representing the 7 initial playable characters. The character concept is described as bright, fun, and interesting, carrying on the spirit of their previous title, Galaxy Fight. They confirm that while the arcade version has 7 playable characters, the Saturn version will boast 9, including Bonus Kun and Fernandez from Galaxy Fight as bonus characters. Music in the Saturn version will feature CDDA arranged tracks, including popular tunes from the arcade game, with possibly more to come. Regarding system changes, the focus is on a faithful port of the arcade game, emphasizing a true-to-source experience. However, they mention potential adjustments to difficulty and game balance. Development-wise, the core game is nearly complete, and they're currently working on adding original elements exclusive to the Sega Saturn version. The page ends with a highly anticipated section, teasing that Waku Waku 7 still has secrets to reveal, including unannounced system features and character combos. The Saturn version promises original elements, and they encourage players to look forward to more news and be excited for the game's release. This page is all about Angelique Special 2. Looks like they're really hyping up this sequel. It's called a special report, announcing that 6 new cooperators are being added to power up the game. Apparently, Angelique is a big deal with girls, and this sequel is promising to be even more romantic and dramatic than before. The story section talks about how 2 worlds are merging, creating a new situation for the Queen Candidate. This time, there's some kind of mysterious sphere involved, and the Queen Candidate needs the help of Guardian Saints and these new cooperators to make it grow. It sounds like a complex narrative setup. Then we get to meet these 6 new cooperators visually, with pictures of them. They are showcasing them as 6, meaning these are the 6 cooperators. Lastly, there's a spotlight on the main character of this installment, who's described as having 3 different personalities that change depending on how you interact with her rival, Rachel. It sounds like your choices and conversations with Ray Stuchel will shape the main character's personality, and even the game's events and ending. They mention that the rival Rachel is from the Royal Research Institute, and is a talented girl, suggesting she might be a challenging character to deal with. Overall, the page is setting the stage for Angelique Special 2, with new characters, a deeper story, and more dynamic gameplay based on character interactions. Angelique Special 2, a variety game, is detailed in this report. Releasing February 28th for 5,800 yen, it's an adventure-style game centered around tea parties with Guardian Saints. Players navigate a game board by rolling dice, encountering events, and collecting items like silver scales to overcome challenges and attend tea parties by 4 o'clock. Gameplay involves visiting locations like the Royal Research Institute and the park in the Aerial City, potentially leading to dates. Special events occur at specific locations. A puzzle game minigame, a 16-piece jigsaw puzzle, rewards players with items and deepened relationships with the Guardian Saints. The game features branching paths and promises a fluffy ending. This page delves deeper into Angelique Special 2. It introduces various locations on the game board, starting with the Holy Sanctuary, home to the Guardian Saints. It seems tea parties are a key feature, and players can explore to find courtyards. Next is the lake, described as a confession spot, where 2 Guardian Saints appear randomly, talking to one. Triggers a drop puzzle minigame. This falling object game appears to be linked to romance events with the Guardian Saints, suggesting success in the puzzle deepens those relationships. The fortune-telling mansion is run by Sarah, offering fortune-telling by Guardian Saints. To get a fortune, players need to pass a cult quiz, which is said to be quite challenging. We also get a glimpse into Angelique's room and mentions a cat named Cheshire, who provides advice if players are unsure what to do. Finally, Rosalia's room is featured, highlighting Rosalia as a rival character who can be difficult to deal with and might get angry if asked the wrong questions. The page emphasizes that in Rosalia's room, you should be careful about the questions you ask. This page is a special report announcing Rainbow-Colored Youth, subtitled Tokimeki Memorial Drama Series, Volume 1, Rainbow-Colored Youth. It's a new adventure game from Konami for the Sega Saturn, and is scheduled for release in the summer. The page emphasizes that this game aims to bring even more Tokimeki and drama to the series. It's set 3 years after the original Tokimeki Memorial, and stars Nijino Hotaru, a character from that game. They are touting a multi-process story system, suggesting your choices will impact the narrative. Nijino Hotaru is described as a cheerful and dedicated girl who is the manager of the soccer club. Fujisaki Shiori from the original game also makes an appearance, and a new character, Akina Minori, is introduced who is also involved with the soccer club. KCE Japan is developing this title, promising to deliver a dramatic adventure experience within the Tokimeki Memorial universe, going beyond just simulation aspects. They mention it's on Cridrom, and pose a question to the reader about where they'd like to go with Nijino-san, hinting at dating sim elements. The page is filled with screenshots showing in-game conversations and scenes, all looking very dramatic indeed. This page is a special report on Puyo Puyo Sun for the Saturn, announcing it's 90% complete and set to launch on February 14th as a puzzle game supporting two-player battles. They're highlighting the new Sun Annihilation system, which involves eliminating Sun Puyos to send a massive amount of Puyos to your opponent, and Nuisance Puyos to increase the plus Nuisance Puyos. This system is intended to level the playing field, even for players who aren't Puyo Puyo experts. A major change is the freedom to select your main character, moving beyond just Arle Naja. Now you can choose from 3 difficulty levels and characters, like Arle, Draco, and Scherzo, with a total of 16 playable characters in both single and two-player modes. The game also boasts new characters and enhancements across the board. New voice acting is included for popular characters, and all character sprites have been redrawn. Facial expressions and animations are improved and sped up, making the game more dynamic. Even game modes like Zangem and Odemo have seen improvements. Finally, they've wrapped up filming the TV commercial, which features the Puyo Puyo Sun character, alongside synchronized swimmers in a pool. This commercial is scheduled to air from January 1st. The page includes screenshots showcasing the gameplay, and new character designs like Ragnus. This page is a special report on Planet Joker, a brand new original shooting game for the Saturn console. It's touted as a quarter-view shooter with 3D polygon graphics, where you play as a female pilot from the Self-Defense Force. The game is set in Tokyo in the year 2039, and the city is under attack by a mysterious military force. The game will feature 7 stages of intense battles in detailed Tokyo environments, including real locations like the Rainbow Bridge and Tokyo Station. You'll pilot a humanoid weapon with various shot-based weapons, lasers, missiles, and even a charge attack for strategic depth. You can choose from 3 different types of mecha, each with unique speed and weapon characteristics. Prepare to face gigantic bosses that fill the screen and require strategic thinking and powerful attacks to defeat. The game's story is described as being originally planned as an anime video, focusing on the protagonist, 23-year-old Satomi Takayama, a pilot in the Self-Defense Force, as she fights to defend Tokyo from the invading forces. The game will also feature opening and ending movies to further enhance the story experience. Sakura Wars Flower Division Communication is a digital fan disc offering exclusive content for hardcore fans. It features 2 main components: a compatibility fortune-telling section with 18 questions to determine your ideal Flower Division match, showcasing characters like Maria, and high-quality interviews with all 9 voice actresses, including the 6 main Flower Division members. The interviews utilize soft MPEG for clear video, and include photos of the actresses with their character and real names. The disc, priced at 4,800 yen and released by SEGA on February 14th, is compatible with digital fan discs and movie cards. The page urges fans to pre-order this limited edition item, suggesting it's a must-have for those eager for more Sakura Wars content. This SEGA Saturn Press magazine page previews new and upcoming games. Recently released titles include Dragon Force 2, Amok, Dark Hunter, Requiem, Assault Suit Lanos 2, Target Earth, Elevator Action Returns, WWF in Your House, Sega Ages, Fantasy Zone, and Batman Forever. The arcade game, coming soon. Titles include Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam, Neon Genesis Evangelion, Second Impression, Even Burst Error, Tomb Raider, Command & Conquer, Psychic Killer, Taro Maru, Spot Goes to Hollywood, Blam, Machine Head, Bug 2, and Mr. Bones. Several Japan-exclusive titles like idle games and anime-based games, e.g. Tenchi Muyo, are also listed. The page features dynamic visuals with anime-style characters and action-oriented imagery to promote the Sega Saturn's diverse game library. This page introduces Hitomi Evolution, a new simulation battle game for the Sega Saturn which blends training and fighting elements. You take on the role of a trainer, raising a young girl to be a top-class martial artist and compete in the prestigious Grand Prix tournament. The game emphasizes a weekly schedule system where you manage her training in various aspects like physical fitness, mental fortitude, technique, and knowledge through seminars and even part-time jobs for funding. Diet and rest are also crucial factors. The protagonist is Hitomi Kinuma, a 16-year-old girl whose father runs the new Advancement Hall dojo. This Grand Prix is described as a unique interspecies martial arts competition, with hints of an underground martial arts scene controlled by a mysterious organization. We see illustrations of various characters representing different fighting styles, like boxing, Aikido, karate, kung fu, martial arts, street fighting, and even new gymnastics, suggesting a diverse cast of opponents and training options in this interesting new title. The next page showcases two very different games. Firstly, there's Jissen Pachinko Hishuhao Twin, a pachinko simulation game from Sammy, part of their Practical Pachinko Winning Method series. It seems to boast a 60% completion rate in terms of quality, highlighting features like a skeleton function to analyze real angles, reach action for strategic gameplay, and a revived explosion mode for excitement. The graphics are praised, emphasizing visual quality right down to the light reflections. It also allows you to create your own virtual parlor, customizing settings and managing finances, even simulating daily wins and losses on a calendar. The game emphasizes detailed analysis and understanding of pachinko mechanics. The second game is Voice Idol Maniac's Pool Bar Story, a billiards game from Data East, boasting an 80% completion rate. This one is clearly focused on fan service, featuring 8 popular voice idols. You can enjoy billiards while interacting with these idols, even going on dates with them. There's also mention of an EG collection and bedroom photos, suggesting a focus on idol-related content beyond just the billiards gameplay. The screenshots show in-game billiards action and portraits of the voice idols themselves: Ikezawa Haruna, Kanetsuki Mami, Shishido Rumi, Shinohara Emi, Takada Yumi, Nishihara Kumiko, Nishimura Chinami, and Fukami Rika. It seems like a game that blends billiards with dating sim elements, centered around popular voice actresses. This page features 3 new games being previewed for the Sega Saturn. First up is Skull Fung Kugaiden, a shooting game with an 80% rating. It's a scrolling shooter where you need to defeat stage bosses within a time limit, with gameplay focused on time attack and boosting. There are 4 types of ships to choose from, each with different attacks and special moves activated by command inputs. Next is Amok, a 3D action shooting game with a 60% rating. This one's a 360-degree shooter, where you pilot a battle walker called Strumbird. You'll face enemies coming from all directions in stages set on the planet Amok, completing various missions and upgrading your walker with items. Finally, there's Dark Hunter, an adventure game that scores 40%. It's the second in the Emit series, described as English learning software, where you enjoy a story while learning English. The story is set in the Different Dimension Academy and Devil's Forest, and you can play as 3 different protagonists, each offering a unique perspective on the unfolding mystery. It seems like the Emit series has evolved from minigames to more story-driven adventure experiences. The characters mentioned are high school girl Mai Manase and her friend Mari Izumi. This page introduces 3 upcoming Sega Saturn titles. First up is Ina's Fantasy Stories, a fantasy RPG from MediaWorks and Hudson Soft. It boasts a deep story where the main character's life changes drastically based on their choices, influencing their class and skills. The game features a classic RPG system with classes like Swordmaster, Sacred Vanguard, and Forcemaster, and focuses on a battle against a powerful force called Kiol Toulouse. The screenshots showcase typical RPG gameplay, with dialogue and battle scenes featuring spells and character portraits. Next is Assault Suit Lanos 2, an action shooting game from Masaya. This is the sequel to Lanos, and it emphasizes mecha customization. Players can fine-tune their mechs by adjusting mobility, weapon power, and auto-repair capabilities. The game focuses on balancing these elements to create a powerful machine. The screenshots display the mech customization interface and in-game action, with explosions and laser fire. Finally, there's Elevator Action Returns, from Aving and Taito, an action title. It's described as a simple yet deep game, where you infiltrate a red door building to retrieve important documents and escape. The game is said to be nostalgic and a return to classic gameplay, with updated graphics. Screenshots show the classic elevator action gameplay, with characters using weapons and navigating elevators, as well as the completed screen. 4 new games are coming to the Sega Saturn. Hop Step Idol, tentative title, is a simulation game where players manage and train aspiring pop idols. Sega Age's Fantasy Zone is a port of the classic arcade shooter, featuring trace mode and arranged music. WWF in Your House Brings professional wrestling action with over 10 wrestlers, special moves, and various match types. Lastly, Batman Forever, the arcade game, is a side-scrolling beat-em-up allowing players to control Batman and Robin in a cooperative fight through Gotham City. This page highlights exciting new releases for the SEGA Saturn. Leading the pack is Race Queen G, the 6th installment in the Play-Doh disc series, scoring a perfect 100. It's a digital photo collection featuring a host of race queens from GT and JTCC racing circuits. This database-driven title boasts over 400 full-color photos and true motion video clips, allowing you to search and enjoy a vast library of images. Featured idols include Takako Kataishi and Chigoto, with personal details and candid shots promising an intimate fan experience. Moving on to games. Capcom is bringing us X2, a near-future vertical-scrolling shooter packed with Wundrich gameplay, meaning varied and dynamic action. Expect power-ups galore, including mega bombs and homing missiles for intense battles. 2 players can team up for even more mayhem, and it's slated for March release for 5,800 yen. Taito's Puzzle Bobble 3, a massive arcade hit, is also hitting the Saturn. Get ready for a whopping 1025 stages in collection mode, plus challenge modes, and original Saturn-exclusive content. This bubble-popping classic arrives on March 28th, priced at 5,800 yen. Finally, Japan presents Monster Slider, a new puzzle game with a unique twist on falling blocks, featuring monster characters. Enjoy a story mode, 2-player battles, and various other game types when it launches on March 28th, also for 5,800 yen. Reader's Station Volume 17 kicks off with a Happy New Year message and a playful announcement of a sudden final episode, possibly for the Ars Diary section. The issue includes reader submissions. Sensei features an 18-year-old from Kyoto sharing a humorous anecdote about a Virtua Fighter 3 encounter. Command highlights a fighting game enthusiast from Hiroshima. Writer presents a reader from Saitama questioning game difficulty. Recent News showcases a 20-year-old student from Chiba, overwhelmed by the Saturn's game library, especially Virtua Fighter 3. A fortune-telling corner, Geisen, also appears, wishing everyone a good 1997. Finally, Barcha humorously describes buying Virtua Cop 2, bundled with unexpected accessories. This page of Reader Station starts with the Free Talk section, featuring reader submissions. One reader from Saitama discusses using the Barchagan, which is Virtua Cop, and jokes about unexpected in-game surprises, suggesting that scary elements and things you can't see are important for horror games. Another reader from Gunma Prefecture talks about the heavy feeling of the twin-stick controller when playing Barchagan, and mentions using grease to improve the stick's movement, and recommends this to other twin-stick users. Below the Free Talk, we have the Satama Ga Gallery, showcasing fan art submissions. One illustration shows a cool-looking guy with glasses and a woman in the background, submitted by someone from Kanagawa Prefecture. Another image is from Osaka Prefecture, and features a girl in what looks like a fighting game pose. Lastly, there's an image from Miyagi Prefecture, with a girl holding a heart, with Last Bronx written, likely referencing the fighting game Last Bronx. On the right, today's Hot Topics includes a reader from Saitama Prefecture, questioning the abundance of specialized software exclusively available at convenience stores. Sega-san Please is a short section with a simple request to Sega. Finally, there's a small cartoon strip called Happy News Inbox, depicting cute characters, including one that looks like Jackie from Virtua Fighter, and a mention of Virtua New Year kids, and eating cold salad. This page continues with more from the Reader Station. The Let's Cheer on Saturn section features a reader expressing excitement about the Saturn becoming more interesting, particularly praising hit titles, beautiful girl games, and anime tines, feeling the Saturn has moved beyond being just for hardcore Mega Drive fans. They specifically mention Technosoft's shooting games like Terra Phantoms and the upcoming Shenryu as exciting developments. In the Saturn's Potential section, a reader discusses the Saturn's potential for entertainment beyond just games, mentioning the GD Net service and enthusiastic developers. They see the Saturn as a platform with evolving possibilities, comparing it to a growing child. They feel that current Saturn lineup is filled with high-quality games and interesting titles that are easy to grasp. The page also features today's fantasy game previews. First up is Tactics Ogre, described as a strategy simulation with impressive graphics and deep gameplay. Next is Baroque, a game with a unique dark fantasy aesthetic. Grandia is highlighted as a role-playing game, focusing on adventure and travel with charming characters. Finally, Quran is previewed, mentioning beautiful illustrations and an intriguing story. The previews are very brief and showcase key art from each game. This section of the magazine includes reader contributions and Q&A. Reader's Station features short manga strips, including one based on Dynamite Cop and another on the shooting game Everdajum. Satamaga Open Question Corner addresses reader inquiries about the magazine's format, illustration submissions, new corner ideas, including one inspired by Guy, Giku Shinseki for game delays, and advice on improving game-playing style. The staff provides information on purchasing back issues and rewards for reader contributions. King's Ear showcases a reader's preference for mouse-based gaming, highlighting its simplicity, particularly for simulation and strategy games. Finally, Today's Evangelion presents Neon Genesis Evangelion game impressions, with one mentioning the game's cuteness. This magazine features reader content and updates. Today's Honey showcases reader illustrations, including winter-themed art and a playful, sexy honey greeting. Virtua is Here focuses on the Virtua series, highlighting its advanced 3D graphics using Model 3 arcade hardware. It previews games like Virtua High Connection and Virtua T Transmission, emphasizing realistic 3D stages and choice-based gameplay. Gal's Fury Zone presents a reader comic about arcade experiences. What kind of game should I try? Offers game recommendations, including fighting games, and mentions of dating sims. The closing section. Yiza, Saraba. Last information. Thanks readers for their support over 8 months, announces software gifts, and previews interviews. The magazine provides a postcard address for contributions, and announces the next issue's release date and new features. Quote, "This page is dedicated to Capcom. It's celebrating Capcom's 22nd anniversary and the first anniversary of the PlayStation version of Resident Evil. There's a Welcome to Resident Evil corner featuring reader submissions. People wrote in about their Resident Evil experiences, like getting scared playing at night with headphones, and expressing excitement for a potential SEGA Saturn version. One submission even includes a funny drawing of the zombie dogs. Next up is a section saying goodbye to Fuku-chan and welcoming back Takako. It seems Takako is now in charge and apologizes for limited space due to being busy. There's a Big Push's Room section introducing a wizard character, referring to them as a cute magic user, and Tabasa, and showcasing reader-submitted comments about this character. Kufukuma's Capcom Winfuroba discusses Capcom arcade games, specifically Red Earth and Cyberbots. Readers are talking about fighting game strategies and character choices in these games, mentioning things like CPU battles are deep. There are also New Year's greetings and a cute illustration of a couple. Finally, there are small info boxes highlighting Red Earth as having a super adult atmosphere, and another game called Usato, described as Capcom's main force, mentioning a painful Leo face and American flavor. At the bottom, there's a poster giveaway for Mega Man 8. Readers can send in postcards for a chance to win one of 30 posters. The page mentions Cyberbots, Resident Evil, and Hello Capcom in the address section for entries. This page shines the spotlight on SNK World 96. It features a section called Fight Me With This Character, highlighting SNK fighting games. There's a Real Bout Special Scoop section, likely about the Real Bout Fatal Fury series, mentioning characters like Geese Howard and Wolfgang Krausers, and the evolution of the fighting system. It talks about corner battles as a new strategy. They also mention the revival of popular characters from the Garo Space series, which refers to the Fatal Fury/Garu Densetsu games. There's a KOF 96 to enjoy 1 million times more. KOF Collection segment discussing a visual CD for King of Fighters 96, allowing players to view character data, endings, and command lists, and listen to voice samples. The Strived is a must-have for fans. Moving on, there's a life-threatening prize contest and a new red painting illustration contest, showcasing reader submissions of illustrations related to SNK games. The winning illustrations are shown, with comments on their style and quality. Charlotte's Sword Technique Guidance offers tips and strategies for playing as Charlotte in Samurai Showdown, focusing on her long reach and jump attacks, and power gradations. Finally, Umeki Field's annual greetings of respect is a New Year's message, mentioning KOF 97 and Samurai Showdown 64. Warriors rage as upcoming games, and expressing excitement for the arcade scene. There's a postcard lottery for martial arts fighting game Heat Bloodline posters. Until You is a SEGA Saturn simulation game by Nexus Interact, priced at 5,800 yen. It's a complex exchange diary simulation with 32 endings, focusing on player interaction shaping the protagonist's personality. The game's key strategy revolves around unlocking the fourth partner, Akasaka Mayumi. To unlock Mayumi, players must achieve at least one ending with each of the three primary characters, Kaori, Takami, Miyuki, and activate the personality diagnosis test flag at the game's start. The personality test, crucial for character availability, presents a flowchart of choices, influencing which partner becomes accessible. For instance, specific test routes involving street, mountain, and their subsequent choices lead to different characters, including Mayumi, determined by selections related to trees, seas, and town features. Tell You features a branching narrative determined by your actions before December 1st. 4 personality parameters: kindness, strictness, passion/coolness, devotion/self-respect, and reality/idealism. Influence the story, affected by diary entries and interactions. Based on these parameters, the game branches into paths A, B, C, or D on December 1st, leading to good or bad endings on December 24th. The game also includes Progressing Omen fortune-telling, offering relationship hints ranging from positive, level 1, to negative, level 3. Players can purchase gifts like creds and flowers, with pricier items generally yielding better results. Income is earned through part-time jobs, varying in stamina cost and pay. Recommended jobs include fast food for balance, while road work is discouraged. Tell You features branching storylines influenced by 4 personality parameters: passion, devotion, kindness, and reality. These parameters shape interactions with Musashino Kaori and Kamiya Takami across 4 story paths: A, B, C, and D. Story A, fueled by passion, explores passionate events with both characters. Story B, emphasizing devotion, focuses on Kaori's sensitivity and Takami's cuteness. Story S, revolving around kindness, sees Kaori swayed by flattery and Takami needing comfort. Finally, Story D, driven by reality, presents unexpected developments for both, with choices determining outcomes based on realism or ideals. Your dialogue choices, reflecting these parameters, are crucial for progressing each character's unique storyline. Tell You features branching storylines for Miyuki Haneda and Mayumi Akasaka, heavily influenced by the player's personality parameters. Miyuki's paths explore passion, reality, devotion, and kindness, each leading to different outcomes based on player choices. Passion determines her life direction, reality offers a realistic love simulation, devotion presents a challenging love story with a potential bad end, and kindness impacts her emotional state. Mayumi's stories also utilize passion, devotion, reality, and kindness. Passion affects outcomes similarly to Miyuki's route, devotion focuses on her loneliness as a tutor, reality offers a dramatic feel, and kindness mirrors Miyuki's approach, offering a novel love simulation. Screenshots illustrate how dialogue choices, driven by player parameters, shape the narrative, emphasizing the game's depth and personalized storytelling. This page is a strategy guide for the SEGA Saturn tactical RPG, Terra Fantastica. The developers give advice focusing on strategic gameplay elements, emphasizing action points, terrain awareness, and preparation for battles. This guide, the second part in a series, is aimed at players exploring the game world. It includes a key explaining map symbols for locations and important points of interest. The guide delves into unit leveling and class changes, explaining how units gain experience and can change classes to improve their stats and potentially unlock new items. Chapter 3 is titled Second Great Alliance Battle, detailing a scenario involving political decisions and military deployments. The flowchart outlines the progression through Chapter 3, showing branching paths which affect the story and what items you can obtain. A memo at the bottom offers extra gameplay tips. This guide details 3 Terra Fantastica scenarios. The Secret of Ozomashiki tasks you to defeat the enemy general in sunny weather, gaining Dora and facing mega spiders. Explore little huts for clues to Perfon's research. And the Border Guardian Sword, Tears of God's Soul, involves extinguishing city fires during sunny to rainy weather, with no new member but the key item, battle goblins, races, and goblin chiefs, using rune pillars and managing SPMP against Elan enemies. The Wind of Rakanka requires enemy elimination in sunny conditions, rewarding excellent eyeglasses. A Spectre LV4s, with a battle between armies and exploration restrictions.
Maps pinpoint key locations like windmills, huts, and ruins, offering strategic guidance.
This page details 2 scenarios from Terra Fantastica. Scenario D, Fruit Spirit Dance, requires you to defeat the enemy general. Played out during sunny weather turning to rain. You'll gain Coco as a new member and find 1 item. Exploration points are listed with coordinates and item drops like Garo Fruit, Jera Fruit, Meme Fruit, and Elan Fruit. Next is Scenario E, Witch's Hoki, another enemy general elimination mission set in sunny weather on a common route. Janksa joins as a new member, and you'll receive the Witch's Hoki item. Enemy units for both scenarios are listed, with types like foot soldiers, archers, and mages, and troop names such as Jurian TAF 7th and Might Sword. The story describes the Aroma Army and a witch, hinting at the scenario's narrative. Section 4, Let's Go to Hilon, discusses an international conference about tax rates and involves dialogue choices which affect your character stats like knowledge and virtue. Character names mentioned in this conference are Dharma, Roshu, Vilgini, Olivi, Tristan, and Azan, with their stances on the matter. There's also training advice focusing on long-term character growth influenced by story progression.
Finally, a route flowchart for Chapter 4 shows 2 paths, A and B. Route A increases Imperial units and item acquisition, while Route B offers fewer battles and dialogue with Beldix General at the end.
Scenario F tasks players with defeating an enemy general in sunny weather for 1 item, while Scenario JAG challenges players to do the same, but with the addition of 2 new characters and 5 items. Both scenarios provide maps and enemy unit details. Scenario JAG also features exploration points with item rewards, including a black cat helmet and water crystal. Chapter 5 introduces route selection. Section H leads to the choice between Route A, Southern Route, and Route B, Opening and Suffering Fruit, with battle situations varying based on the chosen route. Section K likely represents the outcome of the selected routes.
Finally, the text outlines 2 tables. The National Conference Table details character stances and interaction outcomes, affecting stats like martial arts, courage, benevolence, and wisdom. The Great Achievement Table lists public pledges and their corresponding stat increases, such as wisdom and knowledge. This document details scenarios and unit information for a strategy RPG. Section H, Doubtful Warriors, features sunny weather, standard item requirements, and enemy units like Geom and Knight. Exploration reveals huts with potential secrets. Section J, Southern Route, introduces the Liberation Bitter Fruit scenario, requiring boss defeat and involving both sunny and night weather, with the new member Roland. Enemies include Evil Shade and Elemental. It features a shrine area with hidden routes. Section K, Top Aiming Person, is another common route, fought atop a hill. Enemy units are Betrayer, Evil Shade, Elemental, and Spectre. This section includes a map with catapult unit strategy instructions. Finally, the page describes unit types like Dora, Merchant, Geronin, Jumper, Janice, Coco, Little Witches, Felix, PS Boy, Roland, Beast Rider, and lists combat roles for units like Spriggan, Sprite, Wondercrow, Troutman, Taros, and Catapult. SoftBank offers a variety of strategy guides and fan books for SEGA Saturn games. The Riglord Saga 2 Perfect Guide promises comprehensive coverage, including developer insights, maps, and techniques. Virtua Cop 2 Killer Manual will provide character introductions, stage maps, advanced techniques, and even an AM2 research drawing. Panzer Dragoon OVA Fanbook explores the anime adaptation with character profiles, interviews, and story details. Additional titles include guides for games like Virtua Fighter and Devil Summoner, Soul Hackers, along with art books for series like Sakura Wars and even Burst Error. This page is focused on the game Enemy Zero. It's clearly an advertisement announcing that the game is now on sale. The page highlights the title prominently with a large stylized E0 and the full title Enemy Zero in both English and Japanese. You can see a rendered image of a woman with long fingernails holding a device. set within a futuristic environment.
The ad also mentions it's a 4 candelas set and lists the price as 6,800 yen, not including tax. It's a pretty straightforward announcement of the game's availability. This page showcases the SEGA Saturn game Enemy Zero, continuing from the previous page's focus. The image features a rendered woman, who is likely Laura Lewis, the protagonist of Enemy Zero, standing in what seems to be a futuristic environment within the game. You can see a screen displaying video phone, suggesting an in-game communication system or feature. Below that, there's a detailed view of a control panel with various buttons and indicators, highlighting the interactive and immersive nature of Enemy Zero as an interactive movie for the SEGA Saturn, as proudly displayed on the page. It really emphasizes the game's cinematic and engaging experience. This page is all about Sakura Wars merchandise, showcasing 2 exciting items for fans. First up is the Sakura Wars Original Picture and Setting Material Collection, a book that dives deep into the world of Sakura Wars. It's packed with content covering everything from the Taisho Roman setting right through to the mecha designs. You'll find interviews with the development team, lots of never-before-seen design documents, and even goodies like kimo and setsu sets, posters, and costume patterns for the Flower Division and Combat Review. This comprehensive book is priced at 2,000 yen. Next, we have the Sakura Wars Secret File Crydrom, part of the SEGA Saturn Magazine Photo Crydrom Maniac Collection Volume 1. This Crydrom is filled with a treasure trove of character and mecha design CG artwork. It features a huge amount of content, including artwork that couldn't even be included in the original game, all stored on a Crydrom for 1,480 yen. Both items are definitely aimed at dedicated Sakura Wars enthusiasts wanting to delve deeper into the game's rich world. This page is a retail advertisement from a store called Santa, showcasing a wide variety of games and accessories for Sega Saturn, Mega Drive, Mega CD, and Game Gear. For the Saturn, they've got a selection of new software, including titles like King of Fighters, 96, Guardian Heroes, Cyberdoll, Radiant Silvergun, and Deep Fear. There's also a good selection of Mega Drive games, such as Outrun, Thunder Force, Streets of Rage, and Granada. They also stock Mega CD games and various peripherals for both Mega Drive and Game Gear. Finally, they list Saturn peripherals, including extra controllers, memory cards, and cables. At the bottom of the page, you'll find details on how to place orders via phone or fax, and information about payment methods and shipping costs. Essentially, it's a comprehensive price list for anyone looking to buy games and gear for these classic Sega consoles. This page continues the retail advert from Santa, and is still heavily focused on Sega Saturn games, but they've got offerings for other Sega consoles too. They are advertising new software, which includes titles like Eve Burst Error, Daytona USA Circuit Edition, and Die Hard Arcade. There's a section called Real Bart Reprint Strategy that lists a bunch of older games. They also have a range of hard parts, that's console accessories like Saturns, sticks, controllers, cables, and even things like RGB cables and Pro Action Replay. Then there are strategy videos and garage kits, and even a Super Robot Wars pack, which is a set of 5 games for a special price. There's also a promotion saying, now free membership, okay, which details how to sign up to their membership by phone or fax. It mentions member benefits, like discounts and free shipping, if you spend over 10,000 yen. This page is an advertisement for gamers stores, specifically the newly opening Kyoto store and the Ikebukuro store. The Kyoto store ad highlights its grand opening and location in Kyoto, near the Kawaramachi-Sanjo intersection. It lists the items they sell, including game books and comics, strategy guides for various games, audio and video games, cosplay costumes, and a variety of game merchandise like Sony creative products, premium and exclusive gamers goods, and Pac-Man themed items. They've got stuff from Soul Edge, Waku Waku 7, and Star Gladiator. They're also promoting original phone cards and special events including a Psychic Force Fair, a Suka 120% Fair, and a Uniform and Game Costume Fair, which will feature costumes and merchandise from King of Fighters 96, Virtual Fighter 3, and Tokimeki Memorial, plus other series like Noël La Neige, Super Real Mahjong PV, and Persona. The Ikebukuro store ad has similar opening hours and product range, located in Tokyo's Toshima district in the Snake Eye Building 3Fs, emphasizing its location on top of the Ikebukuro branch of Shinjuku Bookstore. Both stores are having various fairs and handling similar products, so it seems to be a chain of game goods stores. This page focuses on the social phenomenon surrounding Virtua Fighter 3, particularly offline gatherings called off-kai. These meetups, often held at arcades like Spot 21 in Shinjuku, foster community beyond online play. The article highlights the VF3 community's dedication, mentioning a VF 3,100-person team event in Sapporo despite freezing temperatures. Upcoming tournaments are also detailed, including a major event in Sendai, 200 team slots, and another in Tokyo, 100 slots, showcasing the game's continued popularity. The page concludes with a parenting column and a brief announcement of a VF3 Sarah Bryant figure release. Overall, it emphasizes the vibrant social scene surrounding Virtua Fighter 3. This page showcases two intriguing game novel adaptations from SoftBank Game Novels. First up is Gekka Mugen Toriko Side Story by Kenta Fukui, priced at 880 yen. It paints a picture of a suspenseful and vivid story centered around Simon, lost in a time-frozen city and burdened by a cold-blooded dictator named Gordon. He's searching for an entrance to the Moonflower Illusion Town, seeking eternal happiness, but his past memories are unreliable, leaving his journey uncertain. The tagline emphasizes its fresh and thrilling nature, calling it another Gekka Mugen story. Below that is Overblood Those Who Transcend Species by Takuichi Ishida, costing 980 yen. This one delves into the world of Overblood, focusing on Raz and Marilli, who awaken from cold sleep in the Shemaim lab, facing a mysterious situation. The Overblood Project and enigmatic observers are mentioned, hinting at a deep conspiracy. The description highlights a thrilling investigation with overwhelming suggestive power and a fast-paced feel. The reviewer is impressed by the author's style, noting the fresh perspective and even referencing the unusual phrase, reverse a stand dog, as a testament to the book's unique qualities and impact. Both novels are advertised as currently on sale and available at bookstores. This page is a New Year's greeting special from SEGA staff for 1997. Yuji Naka from Sonic Team reminisces about the first Sonic game, asking if fans remember the emotions of that time, and expresses his continued dedication to creating exciting games like Sonic and Knights. Naoto Oshima, known for character design, presents a Sakura character, likely from Sakura Wars, and also sends New Year greetings. Yasushi Takeuchi simply wishes everyone well for the new year. Atsuhiko Nakamura states his theme for the year is Beta Endorphin. Tomoko Sasaki mentions starting model recruitment, with a humorous note about needing male models, and something called Naked Ant Hair. Happy Ox, Thoughts for the New Year section, uses controller button symbols and mentions Space Channel 5 as a game related to the theme of expressing human desires, also talking about burning passion. Tomohiro Kondo from Team Andromeda briefly says, "What are we doing now?" and lists aspirations for the new year, including creating a character called Win5Chan, and even making homemade mayonnaise. Manabu Kusunoki expresses his desire to challenge himself with new things in the coming year. Finally, Ryuichi Hattori highlights the upcoming release of Rally Plus on January 24th, urging readers to pre-order this must-buy title. This page is another New Year's greeting from SEGA staff for 1997. On this page, we see greetings and messages alongside game mentions and service information. There's a shout-out to Pro Baseball Greatest 997 as the latest title. One section humorously lists goals for the year, all revolving around Saturn, emphasizing a bright and fun experience for everyone. Staff member Minami Jinguji Ryoichi wishes everyone a good year and mentions the pro wrestling scene will be fun this year. Gamer Miki sends New Year greetings and mentions working on DGO and Bug 2. Funahata Akira from Training Card Sega Freaks highlights Virtua Fighter 3 and Space Invaders and expresses hopes for the new year. Seki Tetsuhito, described as Iron Human, mentions moving and postcards. The page also promotes Sega's information services, Sega Joy Telephone, and Sega Fax Club, for getting the latest Sega news via phone or fax. It lists phone numbers and service hours. There are also adverts for SEGA Saturn Video Magazine and Flash SEGA Saturn. Flash SEGA Saturn Volume 12 is highlighted as including playable demos and promotion videos for games like Daytona USA Circuit Edition, Virtua Cop 2, Magic Carpet, Shining the Holy Ark, Panzer Dragoon Zwei, Fighters Megamix, Tactics Ogre, Guardian Heroes, The King of Fighters 96, and Galaxy Fight Universal Warriors. Finally, there's a note about accessing Fax Club content on PC via the Sega Internet homepage, with website addresses for Sega and Game Busters listed at the bottom. This page continues the New Year greetings from Sega staff. We have messages from Fukazawa, Kobayashi Masahide, Ito Tomomi, Hachi Hanatani, Imamura Tomoyuki, Seto Jun, Takeuchi-chan, Minami Kumo, Gamer Miki, Honey Hanatani, and Kandarin, all wishing readers a Happy New Year. Team Battle Bull mentions their game development is in progress and nearly complete, hinting at a possible airplane game.
Kobayashi talks about user feedback.
Ito Tomomi promotes Sega's Sakura Taisen-related services, asking for support. Hachi Hanatani reflects on the past year and looks forward to the new one. Imamura Tomoyuki expresses his aspirations for the year. Seto Jun simply wishes everyone a good year and promotes gun action. Takeuchi-chan mentions returning to his hometown and reflects on the Sega Gasta corner. Minami Kumo talks about returning home for the new year and family time. Gamer Miki mentions working on DGO and Bug 2. Honey Hanatani is excited about the new year and working on game themes. Kandarin talks about enjoying time with friends and is motivated for the new year, mentioning Virtua Fighter and Air Max 97. There is also a section for Sega Fax Club with access numbers and details, and a Sega Press Present section offering Virtua Fighter 3 and night calendars as New Year gifts. Overall, the page is filled with positive New Year energy and promotions for Sega services and games.
This guide focuses on maximizing scores in the Dreamlands table of the digital pinball game Necronomicon, the final lesson in a high-score course. Strategies include multi-ball tactics, emphasizing observation and flipper control, with a target of 67 balls, and advice for securing soul round extra balls using the right flipper. The guide also connects Necronomicon to the Cthulhu mythos and H.P. Lovecraft, recommending related movies like In the Mouth of Madness and Necronomicon. An interview with Taira Matsujin, a system production lead at Kaze Company, Limited, reveals his history in arcade and computer game development at Namco. Finally, a real-time high-score competition section details player rankings and scores across various game levels, including Arkham, Cult of the Bloody Tongue, and Dreamlands. This page is a Sega Saturn software databank, a catalog of games released or upcoming between late 1994 and early 1996 in Japan. It's presented as a guide for Sega Saturn owners to help them decide which software to buy. The page is mainly composed of a long table detailing various game releases, including their titles, release dates categorized by month, prices, genres, developer or publisher names, reviewer scores, and controller compatibility. The reviewer score section includes an act score and a judge score, presumably representing different aspects of game evaluation. Looking through the list, some well-known titles appear, such as Virtua Fighter, Myst, Daytona USA, and other games across various genres including action, adventure, RPG, puzzle, and sports. The table provides a snapshot of the Sega Saturn software landscape during that period, showcasing the variety of games available or coming soon to the platform in Japan. It seems to be a resource for consumers looking to stay informed about the latest and upcoming Sega Saturn game releases, complete with reviewer opinions to aid in their purchasing decisions. This page continues with the Sega Saturn software databank, listing more games with their release dates, prices, genres, developers, and reviewer scores. A lot of data, but you can see more titles being showcased here. Looking through the list, there are games like Panzer Dragoon Zwei, Guardian Heroes, Sonic 3D Blast, and Bug 2. Genres are varied, with action, adventure, RPGs, and puzzle games all present. Review scores are given in two categories, act and judge, giving a quick impression of game quality. Controller compatibility is also noted, indicating if a game supports standard controllers or peripherals like the multitap. The table format is consistent, offering a structured overview of the games available. It's clearly aimed at helping players decide what to purchase by providing a snapshot of the game's essential details and reviewer opinions at a glance. The page is packed with game information, continuing to be a helpful resource for Saturn owners during this period. This page continues with the Sega Saturn software databank, presenting even more games. You'll find details such as release dates, prices, genres, and the reviewer scores, which are broken down into act and judge categories to give you a quick take on the game's quality. Games like Dark Savior, Olympic Soccer, Bug 2, Tetris Plus,
Decathlete, Street Fighter 02, several Sega Ages titles, Virtua Fighter Kids, and Guardian Heroes are included. Controller compatibility is also listed, showing what controllers are supported. At the bottom, there is a handy game index in Japanese alphabetical order, which lets you quickly find game info within the databank pages. This page is a great resource for Saturn owners to get a snapshot of various games. This page continues the SEGA Saturn software databank, offering a vast collection of game info. You'll find tables crammed with data on various titles, covering release dates, prices, genres like RPG, SLG, ADV, and action, and even reviewer scores split into act and judge ratings. There are tons of games listed from different publishers.
Moving on, there's a section dedicated to Saturn DigiCube software, which is presented as an anything databank. This section is highlighting DigiCube's EO series, proclaiming it's been a hit. It mentions these EO games are easily accessible, cheap, and popular, particularly among students, fitting into the poverty/convenience store vibe. They even suggest that Saturn's first wave of EO titles made it easier to get into. It mentions that the game's release dates are approaching, suggesting that people get to stores quickly to get them. The page also includes further categorized game lists, apparently organized using the Japanese 50 sounds, 60 sounds, and 70 sounds system, which seems to be a way of alphabetizing games in Japanese. These sections contain a massive number of titles spanning various genres, from fighters and RPGs to puzzle and simulation games. Think of it as a really deep dive into the Saturn software library. Finally, there's a small news section with some character artwork, possibly hinting at upcoming game releases or news. But it's quite small and surrounded by all the data. This page continues with the new software schedule, essentially a release calendar for Sega Saturn games. It's got a breakdown of the schedule table, explaining all the genre abbreviations like ACT for action, RPG for role-playing games, SLG for simulation, and so on. It also details the compatibility symbols, explaining what things like handle means for controller support, mouse for mouse compatibility, and different cable types for multiplayer. There's even notes on age ratings and special symbols like a star indicating a new title. The bulk of the page is taken up by release date listings organized by month, starting from February. It's basically a massive table showing upcoming Sega Saturn games. Looking at the games, we can see a wide variety of genres and titles. Some of the games listed in February include things like Hyper 3D Pinball, Time Gal and Ninja Hayate, Rockman 8 Metal Heroes, Mega Man 8, Dynamite Detective, likely a detective adventure game, Tomb Raiders, Die Hard Trilogy, and Bug 2. Moving into March, there's Worms, Henyoku and Sepula Ozers, likely a strategy game, and Gameware Volume 4, April, and may continue with more game listings. Showcasing a diverse range of titles, it's really a straightforward schedule, packed with information for Sega Saturn owners wanting to know what's coming out. It's dense with data, listing game titles, prices, publishers, genres, and compatibility, acting like a comprehensive guide to upcoming releases. This page continues the new soft schedule, detailing upcoming Sega Saturn games organized by release timeframe, spring, summer, and 97 year-end. For spring releases, there's a variety of titles, including the fighting game Guilty Gear, Panzer Dragoon Zwei, and Magic: The Gathering. It looks like a mix of action, adventure, strategy, and role-playing games are coming. Summer is bringing titles like X-Men vs. Street Fighter and Desire, suggesting a continued focus on action and adventure genres. The 97 year-end section lists games such as Her Purse Adventures, promising more variety for the end of the year. At the bottom, the SATURN Magazine editorial check section is giving a rundown of Saturn's software situation. They're discussing the lineup of games and mentioning titles like Caspar, a puzzle game that's being released by Interplay, which is an action puzzle game based on a film with the same name. They also mention Enix and their upcoming announcements for PlayStation, hinting at some competitive tension in the market. The editorial seems positive about the upcoming Saturn game releases and anticipates future announcements. This page is an example of an answer questionnaire postcard and how to fill it out. It gives instructions for readers on how to complete the questionnaire, including using a black pen and Arabic numerals. There are examples of good and bad ways to fill in the numerical boxes. Below this, there are 3 tables.
Table 2 Hardware lists. Lists various Sega Saturn and related consoles and peripherals. It includes things like the Sega Saturn itself, Mega Drive, Super 32X, PlayStation, PC FX, Super Famicom, PC Engine, Neo Geo, Game Gear, Nintendo 64, and accessories like CD-ROM drives, memory cards, joysticks and modems. Table 3 software list is a long list of games. I can see titles like Advanced World War, Senin Taikoku no Kubu, Amok, Eve Burst Error, Wolf Fang, Kuga 2001 SS, Elevator Action Returns, Tomb Raider, Dream Square and Planet Joker amongst many others. It looks like a comprehensive list of Saturn games available around this time. Table 1 articles in this issue list the contents of the current magazine, detailing articles about games like Landstalker, Data Station, Fighters, Megamix, Sonic, The Fighters, Bug 2, and many more. There's a wide range of game coverage, suggesting a diverse issue of the magazine. This page dives into the upcoming Sega Saturn game, Mobile Suit Z Gundam. It's touted as a mobile suit action shooting game, immersing players in the Universal Century 0087 conflict between the Titans and AEUG, just like in the anime series. The focus is on Camille Bidan's story, and the game promises to recreate the events of the series starting with Stage 1. The article highlights the gameplay mechanics of the Gundam MK2, showcasing its basic actions like beam rifle, beam saber, Vulcan, and shield. They even mention the hyper bazooka for heavier firepower. There are screenshots showing in-game action, giving a glimpse of the gameplay. We also see artwork of key characters from the Z Gundam series, featured alongside the game info. It's mentioned that the game is about 50% complete at this stage, and is set for release by Bandai in March, priced at 6,800 yen. It's described as a shooting action game for one player. The reviewer seems positive, mentioning smooth movement, and expressing excitement for the finished product, imagining players lining up in shops to buy it. They finish off with a comment about working hard over Christmas to get it finished. This page continues the preview of Mobile Suit Z Gundam for the Sega Saturn, focusing on Stage 1, which they're calling Black Gundam. It sets the scene by explaining the story leading up to the game, covering the one-year war and how Char Aznable, now Quattro Bagina, has infiltrated the Titans. The game kicks off inside 7 Green Noah, introducing Camille Bidan and his run-ins with the Titans military police. Apparently, Camille's gonna end up piloting the Gundam MK2 after getting caught up in Quattro's attack, mirroring the anime's storyline closely. They're also highlighting the Rick Dias, describing it as a mobile suit developed by AEUG, and showcasing its black color scheme and clay bazooka weapon. The article points out that the game is improving on the previous Saturn Gundam title, emphasizing the dramatic highlight scenes taken straight from the anime. They mention large-scale battles with flying armor, and appearances from mobile suits like the Marasai and Hyzak. Another cool feature they're showing off is the drama showing Quten system. During gameplay, character portraits will pop up during conversations, and Quten scenes will appear to heighten the drama, especially during key moments with characters like Camille and 4 Murasame. The Maniac Chick sections point to specific TV episodes referenced in the game, like Gundam Landrise and Jaburo from Episode 1, and Hong Kong City from Episode 17, showing how faithful they're being to the anime series. This page continues the preview of Mobile Suit Z Gundam for the Sega Saturn. Now moving on to Stage 2, called Capsule Inside. It looks like the game picks up after the battle in the colony, with Camille and the Argama heading to Earth orbit. They mention a scene where Kohushu Uraki, piloting the Gundam MK2, encounters Camille. The story seems to follow the anime closely, hinting at messages from Camille's father via the Titans and the mystery of Camille's mother. The article highlights in-game dialogue, showing Gelato questioning if it's a Muro Ray he's encountering. It also points out action sequences with Gelato piloting a Marasai. They're emphasizing the dramatic scenes from the anime are being recreated in the game, including underwater battles, showcasing mobile suits like the Zaku Mariner. There's a section on transformable mobile suits unique to Zeta, focusing on the Z Gundam's transformation, and they're showing off the Messiah flight form and the assault form of the Ashamar mobile suit. It looks like large mobile armor units are also featured, specifically mentioning the Psycho Gundam and its massive 40-meter scale. They're promising gameplay and cutscenes that differ from the TV anime, particularly for the Psycho Gundam encounter. The Maniac Chick sections are still pointing to specific anime episodes for reference, like Episode 8, Storm over Kilimanjaro. Episode 13, Escape from Side 1. Episode 16, Hong Kong City. And Episode 17, Hong Kong City.
Showing the game's dedication to the source material storyline.
This page is all about Evangelion's second impression for the SEGA Saturn, showcasing it as a new animated adventure. It seems like they're introducing a brand new character named Mayumi, alongside familiar faces like Asuka and Rei, who are now moving in this new animation. There's a section focusing on Mayumi, wondering if she's joining the Earth Defense Band. It seems like in one scene, Mayumi is at a blackboard, maybe in school, and then another scene shows her in a library setting. Another part shows Ritsuko talking to a younger character, possibly Shinji, in what looks like a lab or office setting. The main focus is on Evangelion's second impression, highlighting it's an original animation that's different from the anime. They mention that original animations, including one focusing on young Asuka and Rei from the previous game, are being continued and perfected. This time, it looks like Mayumi, Asuka, Rei, Ritsuko, and other familiar characters are back, and they're promising even more service for fans. In the corner, there's a completion rate section with a question mark, suggesting the game is still in development. It mentions a release date around February 1997, a price of 6,800 yen, labeling it as a dramatic adventure game for one player. The developer's message mentions it's a Saturn version with new stories, featuring eyeglasses girls and redesigned angels, and the Earth Defense Band. They are asking if you can guide your own Evangelion, promising more Saturn service.
This page is focusing on Evangelion's second impression, showcasing what appears to be the adult form of an angel. They are highlighting the impressive visual representation of this angel, rendered using a technique they call book processing, which they say makes the battles against these evolved angels look even smoother. The screenshots show this angel in various scenes, including a dramatic sunset setting, and in the midst of combat with Evangelion units in a city environment. There's also an announcement about a new package version of Evangelion's second impression, which will include original card masters as a special bonus, and it's scheduled for release on February 14th. It seems like they're really emphasizing the enhanced visuals and adding extra collectible content to entice fans. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Eve Burst Error. They're announcing that the game has reached 100% completion and is heading for release very soon. It seems like they're celebrating the Master Up with interviews from the development team. There are pictures of the game box art and screenshots, highlighting that it's a 4-disc cry-drum game and a multi-site adventure. They've got interviews with two key people, Mr. Fujita from the sales department and Mr. Watanabe, the representative director of Imaginia. Mr. Fujita mentions the effort put into debugging and adjustments for the Saturn version, focusing on graphics and various sections. Mr. Watanabe talks about the Master Up feeling and expresses his relief and joy. He touches on the sound and voice acting, mentioning they went through some struggles, especially with data compression for the 5 GB worth of voice data. He also praises the voice actors and the overall quality of the game, particularly the depth of the storytelling. They're both excited about players finally experiencing the game and seem very proud of the work they've done to bring Eve Burst Error to the SEGA Saturn. The release date is set for January 24, 1997, at a price of 7,800 yen. It sounds like they believe it will be a great game and are looking forward to everyone playing it. This page continues the feature on Eve Burst Error and delves deeper into the development process with a roundtable discussion. It seems to be a post-release commemoration. The page highlights comments from two key figures at Imaginia, Ueno Hideki from the sales planning department and Sakurai Koichiro, the representative director of the sales department. Yukina-san mentions that the game's concept is like a Western drama, and they are using voice actors and considering overseas expansion strategies, even for movies. Sakurai-san notes the impact of demo kiosks in stores and emphasizes that they are aiming for high-quality scenes. They discuss the decision to release Desire, the Ambition of Flame, another SEGA Saturn title, as the second series entry. They decided on the Desire design due to positive feedback and the strong foundation of the PC version. They are improving graphics, redrawing artwork, and enhancing the system for the Saturn. They encourage players to look forward to it. There are photos of Ueno Hideki and Sakurai Koichiro,
along with their titles and brief descriptions of their roles within Imaginia and their involvement with Eve Burst Error and other projects. The text around their photos describes their responsibilities in sales, marketing, and overall project management for Imaginia and Consware games. This page is all about the making of Eve Burst Error disc, which is announced as a special 4th disc included with the game. It's packed with behind-the-scenes content, offering a deeper look into the development process. This bonus disc contains interviews with the voice actors and staff, showcasing how Eve Burst Error was made. It also has precious, unreleased footage, giving fans a real treat. The making of content is divided into 2 main parts: production site and afterstory. Production site focuses on the animation production, revealing that about 50 scenes were newly animated for the SEGA Saturn version. You get to see how the animations were created and the staff involved. Afterstory delves into post-production discussions and interviews with the development team, revealing interesting insights and maybe some development secrets. There's a message from Marina, a character from Eve Burst Error, who playfully insists that you absolutely must clear the main game before watching this making-of disc to avoid spoilers and fully appreciate it. This page is also a Saturn Magazine Rush report, where their team visited the SEGA development department. It's a behind-the-scenes look at the development of Eve Burst Error at Imaginia, which, as we know from the previous page, is the company behind it. There are photos of the development staff at work and screenshots from the production process, offering a glimpse into the creation of the game. This page delves into the sound and CG aspects of Eve Burst Error. In the sound section, they highlight 3 key areas. Firstly, voice actors, where they interviewed the voice cast, revealing their thoughts and feelings about voicing the characters. Secondly, recording scenery, which shows footage of the voice actors during recording sessions, including comments and insights from voice actress Akiko Muta, Marina. Thirdly, music, which talks about how you can listen to the game's background music within the game itself, letting you relive the story through the sound. There's a little burst point box asking if you've seen the Eve TV commercial, praising its stylish music and visuals and urging people to check it out. It mentions a small flame turning into the Eve logo. Moving on to the CG gallery, it's divided into unreleased footage and anime. Unreleased footage promises early development footage, character design sketches, and promotional CMS, things fans would love to see. It even mentions the Tearring Saga TV commercial being included. Anime focuses on showcasing anime scenes from Eve, emphasizing the beautiful animation and the ability to rewatch memorable moments. Finally, there's a section called How to Make CG, illustrating the CG creation process from line drawing to coloring and final completion, showcasing the detailed work involved in bringing the game's visuals to life. This page is a special feature on Vanquish Ray Quo Vadis 2, an upcoming sci-fi simulation RPG. The headline screams, "Terrorists attack the presidential inauguration ceremony." The game is set in the Satewa star system, a war-torn region where conflict is constant. The story kicks off during a presidential inauguration, a major event for the economically powerful Yi.O.A. Our hero, elite soldier Oven Kere, is on security duty when terrorists strike with assault armor units. Onvan, alongside his allies Hilda and Dion, is thrust into the action to quell the uprising. There's a special report highlighting the game's use of cutting-edge digital animation techniques, which they say dramatically improves the visual quality compared to standard animation methods. The game is slated for release in March, priced at 6,800 yen, and is 70% complete at the time of writing. It's a single-player experience with full voice acting. The article emphasizes that QV2 will fully showcase the protagonist Ovan and the detailed setting of the Satewa star system, promising a compelling and hard-hitting storyline. This page continues the feature on Vanquish Ray Quo Vadis 2 and its dramatic opening. The headline screams about a single bullet that throws fate into chaos, setting the stage for the game's intense story. We get a look at in-game screenshots showcasing mecha combat and tactical gameplay in a city setting. One image highlights a mission where you need to protect a decoy president from assassination. We're introduced to the main characters and their relationships within the powerful nation of G.O.A, situated in the war-torn Satewa star system. Hands of him. Or Relation Ray is the 19-year-old protagonist, an elite assault armor pilot in the Goa army. He's described as a pure and innocent youth who becomes a leader to save his homeland alongside his allies. Hilda Bethrens is a strong-willed and excellent Goa Army technical officer, also Afon's childhood friend and lover, known for being calm and composed. Dion White, a sergeant in the Presidential Guard and another assault armor pilot, is also Afon's close friend and the team's mood maker, skilled with new technology. Finally, we meet the president of G.O.A, a friendly and fair leader with immense public support, who has led the nation for a decade amidst ongoing wars in the star system. The page really emphasizes the characters and the human drama driving this sci-fi RPG. The next page dives deeper into the story of Vanquish Ray Quo Vadis 2, focusing on the 10 years that have passed since the initial incident. We learn that Okovan, after being framed and branded a terrorist, has become a mercenary. He's sought refuge with the 8-star Allied forces, who are enemies of GOA, the nation he once served. The page shows a galaxy map highlighting various star systems and factions, setting the stage for interstellar conflict. We get a good look at Oven in his mercenary guise, and also his dedicated assault armor, the A9F4 Felon. The page details some of the Felon's specs, emphasizing its capabilities. There are also several in-game screenshots showcasing the tactical combat and menu systems, giving a feel for the gameplay. A significant part of the page is dedicated to the communication system used in battles, highlighting how it enhances immersion. We get a glimpse into in-battle dialogue between characters like Nita, Zykov, Sid, and Nelly. This dialogue seems to add depth to the characters and the unfolding combat situations, with snippets of orders and banter giving a sense of battlefield urgency. This page introduces the Red Scorpion Unit, a roughneck mercenary group within the 8-star Allied forces in Vanquish Ray Quo Vadis 2. They are described as a chaotic unit, with a reputation for being difficult to control, but also possessing unique combat skills. The page profiles several key members, starting with Nita Sugivia, the unit commander, depicted as calm and cynical, a seasoned veteran who can handle the unit. We then meet Zykov Biovov, a hot-blooded assault armor pilot fiercely loyal to Okovan, and Sid Gasson, a heavy weapons specialist who is cool and cynical, often backing up Zykov. Nelly Katana is introduced as the weapons maintenance officer, portrayed as cheerful and bright, always supportive of Okovan. Finally, there's Donna Anagalis, a skilled female assault armor pilot with a cool demeanor and strong will, driven by a desire for revenge related to past events 10 years prior. The page also touches on a radio drama for Vanquish Ray Quo Vadis 2 that is currently airing, mentioning its broadcast weekly on Wednesday nights, and lists some of the voice actors involved in the production, including the main cast who reprise their game roles. This Sega Saturn strategy guide previews the upcoming Tomb Raider release, a tomb-exploring action-adventure game boasting realistic graphics and intense action. The guide focuses on the first 3 stages, providing tips for new players. Key strategies are presented: correct positioning for interacting with objects, facing enemies head-on to maximize attack power, and exploring every climbable surface. The guide emphasizes the importance of exploration and experimentation. The article also includes screenshots and highlights the game's completion and imminent release on January 24, 1997, priced at 5,800 yen. Tomb Raider is advertised as a single-player action-adventure game suitable for all ages. This page from SEGA Saturn Magazine continues the Tomb Raider strategy guide, focusing on the first level, Cave, from the Inca section. It's all about mastering the basics for newcomers to Tomb, exploring action-adventure. The guide breaks down the level into sections. First, master the basics, advises players to get comfortable with controls like climbing and using weapons. It points out simple traps and switches, emphasizing that standing in front of a switch and pressing the B button opens doors. Next up is crossing the suspension bridge, which refers to the map labeled as Map 1. It warns about falling hazards, indicating that dropping down from the bridge leads to a watery area with a bear, although falling isn't fatal if you land on the ledges. The final section, Speed is Life, highlights timed elements. It describes switches at locations 5 and 7 that control doors at locations 6 and the exit from Area A, respectively. The guide suggests that speed is crucial in these areas, implying players need to be quick to avoid getting stuck. It advises using switch 5 to open door 6, and then switch 7 to exit Area A, noting that the exit from Area A is the clear point for this section. Overall, the guide provides beginner-friendly tips and a basic walkthrough for the initial stage of Tomb Raider, focusing on core gameplay mechanics and simple puzzle solving. This Tomb Raider strategy guide covers the City of Vilcabamba level, emphasizing its complex and vertical design. The guide is structured into 3 sections: Trap-Filled Buildings, 2 Doors, and Open the Town Gate. Trap-Filled Buildings instructs players on navigating a building complex, including using switches, manipulating blocks, and finding a silver key and a small statue. The section highlights careful jumps and enemy encounters. 2 Doors focuses on a central square with traps, requiring players to activate switches to open specific doors. Finally, Open the Town Gate details navigating a crocodile trap, draining a pool, and using switches to open the town gate. The guide uses screenshots and a map to aid navigation, stressing the importance of thorough exploration and understanding the level's environment. This guide covers the Lost Valley level, Area 3, of Tomb Raiders. It details 3 key sections: Upstream Ruins, Giant Dinosaur Rampage, and 3 Gears. Upstream Ruins focuses on navigating the river, highlighting the importance of the shotgun, located around Area 2 on the map, for later challenges. Giant Dinosaur Rampage instructs players on defeating a powerful dinosaur in Area 4, emphasizing the use of the shotgun and strategic positioning. 3 Gears instructs players to find 3 gears, Areas 5, 6, and 8, and place them to activate a switch, opening a cave in Area 9. The cave's exploration is essential for level completion. An additional section encourages players to explore the southern caves for useful items. The guide includes visual aids, like screenshots and a map for easier navigation. This page is dedicated to the SEGA Saturn interactive comic game Daina Aaron by GameArts. They are calling it the second in a series following Yumimi Mix, and emphasize that Daina Aaron will have significantly more branching storylines than its predecessor, where choices only altered the immediate scene. Now choices will have a lasting impact, and you can't see all outcomes just by save loading. The page introduces the main characters, Emiri Into and Ainge, and shows us some preview settings and scenes from the game itself. It highlights the visual novel style with dialogue boxes and character portraits. There's a section comparing preview scenes to the main game to show how the settings are used. They also have character profiles that detail what Emiri has and doesn't have, showcasing items like dinosaur toys, books, and cooking utensils, giving a glimpse into her personality. A developer's message expresses excitement for the near release, mentioning they've kept players waiting and it's almost ready for sale around mid-February. They boast about the quality and ask players to look forward to it. They also confirm it's an interactive comic game for a single player, and pre-orders are being accepted. This page continues to showcase Daina Aaron, the interactive comic adventure game. It emphasizes a key feature: saving is possible at any point, unlike its predecessor, Yumimi Mix, where saves were limited. They highlight how you can save anywhere, anytime, and even rewind or fast forward through dialogue you might have missed. They are showing off in-game screens depicting the save menu and demonstrate how the fast forward and rewind options work using the controller buttons. We also get to know the characters better. First up is Emiri Ito, who introduces herself and mentions she's good at science and math and is an all-around #1 in everything she does. Then there's Ainge, who says she's not good at self-introductions. Her favorite phrase is reasonable and scientific, and she apparently likes dinosaurs. We see a scene of her with a dinosaur plushie, and another where she's seemingly arguing with a real dinosaur behind bars. The page also teases the appearance of familiar characters, showing a scene with the white robot cat character Yumimi from the previous game. Finally, it ends with an announcement urging readers to wait for more news about Daina Aaron, and mentions that a Daina Less Than Heart Greater Than Aaron Reservation Edition is currently on sale, with special pre-order bonuses for those who want to secure their copy early. They finish with a cute message, mentioning a throwing kiss from Aintu Anji. Grand Red is a nearly complete SF simulation game featuring space fleet battles, CG cutscenes, and a single crew drum. The prologue introduces key gameplay mechanics. Players will learn about EP, energy points, for unit movement, rider levels that affect unit stats, and the directional characteristics of weapons. Strategic advantages can be gained by attacking from advantageous positions. Formations are critical, allowing for grouped units and adapting to terrain. Note that small squadrons must be made of the same unit type. A core element is the Hoffman surface, a 3D space battlefield within the game's lore, described as a sea of light. The page emphasizes strategic gameplay, formation, and tactical positioning. This page is a preview for the SEGA Saturn game Narrated, focusing on the different unit types available in the game. It highlights the game's strategic depth with unit classifications like battleship units, which are powerful but slow, including examples like the battleship and space carrier. Then there are mobile units, more agile and damage-dealing, showing units like the battlecruiser, attack vessel, and transport vessel. Finally, it introduces special units, which seem to have unique roles, with examples like the submarine battleship, search battleship, and SAM-powered suit. Hedge promotes Chapter 1 Awakening, relic battleship of Narrated, hinting at a story where players face a true war after a peaceful period. Screenshots depict intense battles with phrases like, enemy's eye view, and allies are annihilated, suggesting a challenging and dramatic game experience. There's also a section titled Dragoness Push, which seems to be recommending the game Dragoness as well. The page concludes by stating, this preview is just the beginning, and there's more to expect in the next issue. Command & Conquer is coming to the SEGA Saturn. This real-time strategy game, a port from PC, features a global war over Tiberium between the Global Defense Initiative, GDI, and the terrorist group NOD. The game's on 2 discs, with each disc offering a full scenario for each faction, providing significant gameplay. The ad highlights the game's improvement over the PC version, specifically the removal of the hexagonal grids. The Saturn version is advertised as a great deal due to its comprehensive content. Screenshots showcasing both GDI and NOD action are included, along with an intriguing completion percentage section. The game aims for accessibility with movie scene mission briefings to explain the conflict. GDI, using yellow, seeks to protect Earth, while NOD, utilizing red, strives for Tiberium control. The SEGA Saturn version of Command & Conquer, titled Earth Defense Force vs. Terrorist Group, is soon to be released. The game features 2 discs, each dedicated to a campaign: the Global Defense Initiative, GDI, and the Brotherhood of NOD, NOD. AGDI's campaign involves missions like destroying NOD defenses and defending bases. NOD's campaign focuses on overwhelming GDI forces through large-scale attacks and securing strategic points before assaulting GDI bases. The game encourages players to experience both sides, to understand the conflict, and determine the just side. Players will manage resources, build bases, and command units strategically to achieve mission objectives. Tiberium is a key resource for base building and unit production. This page is all about the SEGA Saturn game Rapid Reload, known in Japan as Kyushu Tarumaru. It's described as a historical drama action game from Time Warner Interactive, where you play as Tarumaru, a curse assassin. The tagline highlights his left hand, which is dedicated to destroying evil. The story revolves around mysterious disappearances of young women in Edo, and Tarumaru is called in to solve the case and rescue the town girls, especially a girl named Oyo. The game features a unique curse power system called Junin, with auto-lock-on for attacks. It emphasizes action and strategic gameplay. Alongside Tarumaru, there's a partner character named Enkai, who seems to have similar moves like sliding and dashing, offering cooperative play. The screenshots show in-game action and highlight the auto-lock-on and attack mechanics. The page also mentions the game is nearing completion, marked at 100% completion in this preview. It lists the release date as January 17th, and the price is 5,800 yen. This page continues to showcase Rapid Reload, or Kyushu Tarumaru in Japan, highlighting the challenging gameplay that awaits. The tagline emphasizes the intense enemies and trials Tarumaru will face. It mentions an onslaught of formidable foes, including mid-bosses and bosses, promising a thrilling experience. The page details some of these enemies, featuring giant spider foes that are described as unsettling and grotesque. Moving further into the game, players can expect even tougher attacks and stage gimmicks, including booby-trapped Karakuri mansions with polygonal backgrounds, creating dangerous environments. One specific stage highlighted is a fire-filled Karakuri mansion, warning players to be careful not to fall into the flames. Additionally, a massive giant toad boss is introduced as another significant challenge. Finally, the page touches upon a ranking mode designed for hardcore players. This mode is described as a no-continue challenge, where players can test their skills and aim for a high ranking, with certifications apparently issued by the Japanese Ancient Martial Arts Association for skilled players who excel. This mode emphasizes skillful play and resource management for players seeking the ultimate challenge.
This page introduces Roommate, or Roommate Inoue Ryoko, a real-time communication game for the Saturn, where you'll be living with the titular, Inoue Ryoko. It's described as a simulation of living with a girl, something that seems like a dream. The game is said to be 100% complete, and is coming out around mid-February. Published by Polystar for 5,800 yen. The game's story revolves around you moving into Ryoko's house, because your parents are working overseas. You'll be communicating with her in real time, thanks to the Saturn's internal clock. This means your interactions will be tied to the actual time of day. Because of this real-time element, you won't be able to see her during the day when she's at school, or at night when she's asleep. The game promises a new type of communication experience that goes beyond typical game genres. The page highlights the importance of setting the Saturn's date and time correctly for real-time interactions with Ryoko. There are example screenshots of conversations at 7 a.m. where Ryoko talks about her dream of playing tennis, and another example where she discusses a math test and asks for help studying. The game seems to focus on everyday interactions and building a relationship with Ryoko through these timed conversations. This page is an introduction to exploring the home and town in Roommate. It's presented as a guide to discovering Ryoko's life, starting with her house, which is divided into 2 floors. The first floor includes the living room, described as a place where Ryoko enjoys TV and games, and there's a message board where you can leave memos for Ryoko. The dining kitchen is also shown, described as a place for meals and light conversation, and the bathroom is featured, with a slightly suggestive image of Ryoko after a shower. Moving to the second floor, you get to see your own room, which is presented as a very personal space for the player. Ryoko's room is shown in detail, emphasizing her love for plants and flowers. She asks the player for help watering them, suggesting simple gameplay elements. The text mentions she likes observing plants. There's a section highlighting evening scenes at 10 p.m., showcasing conversations between the player and Ryoko in her room at night. The dialogue snippets touch on topics like video games and RPGs, suggesting Ryoko's gaming interests and offering opportunities for interaction. She seems to be a little unsure about RPGs and asks for the player's opinion. Finally, there's a map of me and Ryoko-chan's town, pointing out key locations such as home, a soba noodle shop, an antique shop, and a Moss Burger restaurant, indicating places you might visit and interact with Ryoko within the game's town setting. This page is showcasing the upcoming SEGA Saturn game Tenchi Muyo, Toko Muyo, which translates to Tenchi Muyo, No Need for School. It's being touted as a Dotabata comedy adventure game, meaning a chaotic and comedic adventure. The page emphasizes its roots in the popular Tenchi Muyo franchise, drawing from the OVAs, TV anime, movies, and novels that fans love. They highlight that this Saturn version isn't just a simple port from the PlayStation, but a powered-up edition with enhanced animation, now boasting a total of 45 minutes of animation content. Saturn owners also get a bonus original drama, CD. A reviewer is quoted giving the game a 100% completion mark, praising the story and how much more enjoyable it is compared to the PlayStation version, saying fans of Tenchi Muyo will definitely enjoy it. The page also gives a glimpse of the gameplay, with screenshots featuring classroom scenes and dialogue choices, hinting at interactive storytelling. Finally, they mention the game features luxurious opening visuals and songs, boasting fan-created music and lyrics, alongside popular voice actors for the opening and ending themes, emphasizing the high production value. This page continues to showcase the upcoming SEGA Saturn title, Tenchi Muyo, No Need for School. It introduces the main cast of characters from the Tenchi Muyo universe, visually presenting them with their names in Japanese kanji: Eika, Tenchi Masaki, Sasami, Misaki, Ryoko, Mihoshi, Kiyone, and Washu. These are familiar faces to fans of the anime series, manga, and OVAs. Below these established characters, the page highlights game original characters, called the Coquettish Bombers. These are brand new characters created specifically for this game, consisting of 3 female members: Aibara, Sanai, and Ayano Kitsune. The lower section of the page talks about the Tenchi staff and their collective effort for no need for school.
It emphasizes that the team has pooled all their resources to make this Saturn version a definitive experience, building upon the foundations of the popular franchise and enhancing it for the Sega Saturn.
This page is all about Full Cowl Mini 4WD Super Factory, a game that brings the thrill of Mini 4WD racing to the Sega Saturn. It's being touted as a real simulation experience, even comparing the knowledge needed to F1 racing. The page details a few key modes in the game. First up is Race Mode, where you can race against the computer or friends in up to 5-player battles. There's also a Time Attack and Ranking mode for serious racers. The courses are rendered in 3D polygons and are based on actual Tamiya Mini 4WD tracks. Then there's the Edit mode, which is for customizing your Mini 4WD. You can use actual Tamiya parts to tune your machine, and the game even has guidance features for beginners. You can even create your own courses in Course Edit mode to test your creations and aim for the best times in Time Attack. For those new to Mini 4WD, there's a Lecture mode, which is pretty cool as it features characters from the Bakusu Kyudai Let's and Go anime, like Rei Hoshina and Gao Seba, acting as navigators to teach you about tuning. It covers both basic and more advanced techniques like torque and speed focus setups for different track types. Even Drive Tsuchiya, a familiar face for Mini 4WD fans, is there to guide beginners through the basics, from parts to assembly. It looks like a comprehensive package for both newcomers and seasoned Mini 4WD enthusiasts alike. This page unveils fresh details about Advanced World War, Thousand-Year Empire, a grand strategy simulation game for the Sega Saturn. It's hyped as a game simulation fans have been eagerly awaiting, possibly even more than the Tokyo Tower is tall. They're proclaiming it's packed with new visuals and tons of new information. The article mentions that they are releasing new screenshots ahead of the Spring '97 release, and development is progressing smoothly. They're highlighting the city capture mechanics, emphasizing infantry's role in taking cities. There's also a focus on armored units like the Martyr and Tiger II tanks making their appearance in the game. We can see screenshots showcasing gameplay, including city battles, and a glimpse of the African front. They point out that while the main action is in Europe, the African campaign will also be featured. The map shots hint at detailed strategic gameplay. The game is described as a simulation for one player with campaign modes. They are teasing more to come, so stay tuned. This page is all about Sangokushi Retsuden, a new entry in the classic Romance of the Three Kingdoms strategy series for Sega Saturn. They're boasting a 100% completion rate in development and highlighting it as a game for everyone, from newcomers to seasoned strategists. The page breaks down the game into key aspects. Firstly, the objective is to unify China, which is divided into 58 provinces, set around 1800 years ago during a time of turmoil. Players will manage domestic affairs, diplomacy, and wage war to achieve this. Secondly, the game features 255 unique warlords, emphasizing that success relies on utilizing talented individuals skilled in internal politics, strategy, and combat. Thirdly, players will have to contend with numerous events like locust plagues, droughts, earthquakes, and diseases that can impact your domain, adding an element of unpredictable challenge. Fourthly, internal affairs are described as simple yet deep, focusing on development, flood control, and keeping the populace happy. Finally, the battle system is highlighted as a blend of offense and defense, with strategic map screens, where troop deployment and tactical decisions are key to victory. They really emphasize this is a return to the original, fundamental gameplay of the Sangokushi series. This page is all about the upcoming Sega Saturn game, Tenjo Sharaku by Cliphouse. Advertised as a suspense drama mystery adventure, they're boasting 100% completion and billing it as a game you can relax and enjoy, especially on a Sunday afternoon like watching a suspense drama. It's set in a mansion called Tenjo Sharaku during an ongoing murder case, and you play as an assistant detective to the famous detective Kanadaichi, trying to solve the mystery. The page highlights the core gameplay loop, which is described as investigating and uncovering the truth. You'll be searching for clues and interrogating characters, focusing on breaking alibis. They even playfully suggest that if you make mistakes in your investigation, the main female character, Conchita, won't let you into her room. The game seems to emphasize interactions with female characters and has a slightly mature angle, given the 18+ age rating. It sounds like a classic Japanese adventure game, with a focus on mystery, beautiful women, and a bit of adult-themed fun. The release date is set for February 14th, priced at 6,800 yen. This page is showcasing the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Spot Goes to Hollywood, featuring the 7-Up mascot character Spot. It's advertised as a coming-soon soft title, emphasizing that the game is complete with 100% progress and the developers are confident. The game is an action title, where Spot finds himself in terrifying movie worlds. Gameplay is described as a top-down perspective action game across 3 main worlds and 3 bonus areas, where you collect stars, utilize hotshots, and face boss battles at the end of each area to progress. The page details a few of these worlds, including an ocean world set on a pirate ship, where you'll battle giant octopuses and navigate treacherous waters. Another highlighted world is the adventure world, featuring ruins and temples with booby traps and puzzles. The page also mentions other fun stages are available, like a western world and a dinosaur world. Screenshots on the page show Spot in action in these various environments, demonstrating jumping and shooting mechanics. The game is published by Virgin Interactive, costs 5,800 yen, supports 1 player, and is suitable for all ages. Blam! Machine Head is a Sega Saturn 3D shooting game where players control Kimberly Hakase in her hovercraft, Horrible Blade, to combat a virus called Machine Head. The game features a hovercraft scramble gameplay style across 4 areas set in floating cities. Success hinges on strategic navigation through complex, maze-like environments, using the in-game map to overcome challenging enemies and complete diverse missions. Area 1 focuses on battling a giant enemy and destroying antenna structures. Area 2 involves infiltrating a base, obtaining a cyber key, and rescuing scientists. The game promises an exhilarating 3D shooting experience with humorous dialogue. With a completion rate of 100%, the game is ready for release at a price of 5,800 yen from Virgin Interactive. This page introduces Dream Square Akiko Hinagata, a multimedia title for the Sega Saturn starring the popular idol Akiko Hinagata. It's presented as a Valentine's Day gift and is described as a super amazing present, where you can enjoy games and invite Akiko into your home in a virtual sense. The game seems to be a mix of puzzle and database elements. A core feature is completing jigsaw puzzles of Akiko to unlock beautiful images. They highlight that you can get gorgeous images by finishing the puzzles, and boast about a sexy photo collection being included, even showing private shots. Besides puzzles, it seems you can also watch video clips and interviews with Akiko in her virtual home. The page mentions video clips and interviews as content you can access. It looks like the game is designed to let fans get closer to Akiko Hinagata through various multimedia experiences. The game is a database and puzzle game and is set to be released on February 14th, priced at 3,800 yen. It's presented as a fun and exciting package with lots of content for fans. This page is all about the upcoming Sega Saturn title, 2 Tax Gold, which they are calling a Super B-Class power game with an incomparably strong flavor. The tagline translates to, "Money is honor, let's choose in this world with 2 options," hinting at a quiz game with high stakes. The page highlights the game's prize money acquisition mode, where you can win real cash prizes. Top players can win 10,000 yen and even more during special periods. But it's not just about the money, apparently. The game is packed with hilarious moments and memorable characters, described as having a laughable essence. The gameplay flow is shown as a series of quiz battles interspersed with minigames. If you lose a quiz, it seems you get hit with a minigame penalty. Examples of minigames mentioned are running from cats while eating sushi and listening to long stories from an old man. Sounds bizarre and funny. They also showcase some of the quirky characters you'll encounter, describing them as having intense personalities and blocking the protagonist. Judging from the images, expect some very strange and comical characters in this quiz game. It's shaping up to be a really unique and humorous experience on the Saturn. Bug 2, the sequel to last year's hit Bug, releases January 31st as a power-up version. Players control an insect protagonist, stomping on enemies in scrolling levels across varied environments like ruins and space stations. Initially, players can only stomp, but they can gain a spitting attack. This sequel features enhanced gameplay with more dangerous traps and tougher enemies compared to the first game. Stage 1 offers 3 distinct scenes: a haunted house, levels built into relief face walls, and an action-focused level with weapons and fireballs. The game is priced at 5,800 yen and is recommended for all ages. The developers hyped the game's title and gameplay, promising an exciting experience. This page is all about the upcoming Sega Saturn title, Mr. Bones. It's highlighted as an action game where you play as a skeleton,
And it's apparently 100% complete, according to the magazine. The developers are quoted saying things like, "Wow, bones, bones," and hyping it as a game where the skeleton hero plays guitar. Unlike anything else out there, they seem really confident in its uniqueness. The page then dives into the actions that only a skeleton can do, emphasizing detaching your bones as a gameplay mechanic. It mentions you can throw bones as an attack and use different bone parts strategically.
There are screenshots showing these bone actions and even the skeleton playing guitar.
It mentions stage titles like Grave Escape and Guitar Solo, hinting at different level themes and gameplay styles. One section is titled, "Cool but it's advice," and another says, "Opening is amazing." The opening sequence is described as cinematic, with English dialogue. The reviewer seems impressed by the opening and suggests it's movie-like. The bottom of the page exclaims, "Listen to my beat," and showcases a large image of the skeleton shredding on a guitar in front of a crowd of skeleton fans. Overall, the page is really pushing the cool and unique aspects of Mr. Bones and its skeleton-centric gameplay and guitar-playing themes. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn game Die Hard Trilogy. It's being advertised as a collection of 3 games in one, based on the Die Hard movie series. The tagline is something like, "Immortal Badass Saturn Debut." The page boasts it's 100% complete and ready to go. It's advertised as having 3 types of games to enjoy independently: action, gun shooting, and car action, all packed into one cartridge. There are screenshots showcasing gameplay from each of these modes. For the first Die Hard section, it's all about the Nakatomi Plaza, terrorists, and rescuing hostages, described as pure action. Die Hard 2 is set at the airport and focuses on gun shooting action against terrorists who've seized control, emphasizing using a gun to fight them off. Die Hard 3 is car action based around New York City, where you're racing around in a car to defuse bombs planted by a maniac, focusing on time limits and finding bombs. It also mentions it supports various controllers like the Virtua Gun, Racing Controller, and Mouse for different game modes. The release date is listed as January 31st, with a price of 5,800 yen. The Sega Saturn feature, 1997 will be like this, highlights game developers' plans. IMAX aims for another hit. Outrider Workshop focuses on a high-quality CD-ROM RPG. Acclaim Japan will release sports and movie tie-in games with original Japanese titles. ASCII anticipates success with Shinrei Jusatsushi Taromaru and plans for integrated media.
Ask Publishing will release sequels to the popular voice Fantasia.
Athena will release Doraemon 2 and Inazuke Hakusho Fan Club.
Atlas is focusing on big titles. Ariadne Media plans 45 titles annually, targeting kids and female users.
Alpha System wants to build their brand with RPGs. Imagineer plans to release Eve Burst Error and Desire Rear Summers. Increment P aims for simulation RPG success and more female players. Interplay focuses on overseas games and hopes for a boom. In 1997, several developers planned diverse games for the Sega Saturn. Virgin Interactive aimed for a cool and hip lineup, while Ynet promised surprises. And Giant targeted action and shooting games. Exceeding highlighted its fighting game, K1 Grand Prix 96 and Wolffang, and NEC Interchannel planned varied titles. Epoch focused on soccer games. Electronic Arts Victor planned premium editions and new Need for Speed entries. Oz Club aimed for interesting titles. Onion Egg focused on puzzle games. And Kaze focused on pinball games. Kadokawa Shootin' prioritized quality. Kid worked on new titles. King Records focused on robot-themed games. Quintet promised well-received games. Climax hinted at surprise plans and Grabappa themes. Glams emphasized visual experiences. Game Arts refined its process. Kuraku emphasized simulation games. Some companies, like ADK and Exigo, offered no comment.
SEGA Saturn Magazine showcases upcoming titles from various developers. Konami plans action and shooting games, sports titles, and even Riven, the sequel to Myst. Compile, Saurus, and Sammy Industry discuss Puyo Puyo, Go Soarers, and completing a Patchaslot series. Sunsoft, Sierra Bionics, and Systemsoft are developing secret titles, adventure games like Saturn Tanner and Fake Down, respectively. Jaleco, Rideracia, C. and Shugakukan Production are focusing on exclusive software, palette story, and a female detective adventure series. Steeing is working on a comprehensive approach using network features and motion capture. Sonic Computer Entertainment, Soft Office, and Daiki are producing puzzle games. Horiark, Puzzle Bobble 3, a Pretty Girls series, Koi no Sakana, simulation, and Kiba Copslayer, horse racing. T&E is releasing a golf game, and TGL will bring Advance VG and Steam Hearts Farmland. In 1997, numerous software companies were developing games for the Sega Saturn. Datum Polystar's Roommate aimed for innovative character interaction. Darby Soft focused on engaging games like Super Flappy. Technosoft highlighted Thunder Force Versus. Tecmo planned a puzzle game and a sequel to J-League Go-Go Goal. Tommy promoted Advanced Saint Tail. Treasure worked on Silhouette Mirage and sequels to D and E0. Others, like Nagzat, Japan Create, and Pay, aimed for fun and interesting titles, targeting various audiences. Pioneer LDC offered anime-related software, while Packinsoft aimed for hit games. Hudson promised high-quality entertainment. Bandai and Bandai Visual announced character and anime-based games. Banpresto focused on appealing to a broad player base. BMG Victor celebrated 3 years of Saturn participation with music games. BBs would continue supporting adventure games. In 1997, numerous developers were actively creating games for the Sega Saturn. Victor Soft, Vic Tokai, and Pony Canyon, among others, were planning new titles, with some focusing on established genres like RPGs, Legend of Kai, and dungeon crawlers. Marika Bits Laboratory was working on BASIC for SEGA Saturn to revolutionize game development. Video System targeted a female audience with high-quality 2D animation, while Humans saw a major hit with Virtual Bart Fighter 3. Ping emphasized original creations. Microcabin and Micronet hinted at diverse genres and ambitious sales goals. Mainichi Communications, Messiah, Media Entertainment, and MediaQuest also announced new titles. Media Muse and Media Ring promised innovative experiences. MediaWorks and Yamen showcased RPGs and humorous games, respectively. Riverhill Soft was bringing over Myst and Tactics Ogre. Finally, Child focused on arcade ports. Many developers expressed interest in the future of both Sega Saturn and Nintendo 64 development. In 1997, the Sega Saturn Networks Laboratory highlighted the console's internet capabilities, positioning it as more than just a gaming device. The article showcased how users could access the internet with a modem, offering a glimpse into a future of online content and network gaming. The page promoted Sega Saturn Internet Volume 1, with a free update to Volume 2 promising improved sound, voice communication, and email features. Sega envisioned CD-ROM-based content and network RPGs. Mr. Moriizumi from Sega emphasized the company's pioneering vision of home networks. The page featured the Saturn setup, including the console, modem, keyboard, and mouse, with a hardware set costing 34,800 yen. This initiative marked Sega's early venture into online gaming, highlighting the potential of internet connectivity for the Saturn. Sega Saturn's SS Phoenix, tentative name, a TV phone system developed by NTT, was announced in December. Aimed at making home TV phone calls affordable, around 30,000 yen, it requires a camera, microphone adapter, and a CD-ROM. Using the H.324 Plus standard, it supports both analog and ISDN lines, offering 128 kilobits per second video and audio. NT envisions applications like telemedicine and home banking. NTT chose the Saturn due to its expansion slot and CD-ROM drive. They are collaborating with Sega on content, foreseeing opportunities in edutainment. Screenshots suggest multi-window displays and collaborative features. Ned believes the Saturn is the ideal platform to popularize TV phones, aiming for a summer release to make 1997 the year TV phones become mainstream. This article celebrates the rise of online gaming on the Sega Saturn using the X-band modem, emphasizing communication and multiplayer experiences. It highlights games like Rally Championship, Saturn Bomberman, Cyber Troopers Virtual On, and Daytona USA Championship Circuit Edition,
as ideal for online battles, emphasizing affordability and ease of access. The article draws parallels to the popular PC online gaming scene with titles like Doom, Quake, and MechWarrior 2, suggesting the Saturn can offer a similar experience. Cyber Troopers Virtualon receives special attention, with a focus on a dedicated X-band version offering customization options. The page promotes its value and encourages players to purchase a modem to experience online gaming. Contact information is provided for further inquiries, and screenshots of gameplay are included, reflecting the enthusiasm for the Saturn's online gaming potential. This page presents itself as a SEGA Saturn Complete Soft Guide, acting as a guide to software available on the console. The striking artwork features a woman confidently posing in front of what appear to be demonic wolf-like creatures. The text emphasizes this is a thorough guide to SEGA Saturn software after release, encouraging players to take their time and enjoy the highlighted games. The games specifically mentioned and previewed in this guide section are Enemy Zero, Shining the Holy Ark, Tengai Makyu, Daiyon no Mokushiroku, which is known internationally as Far East of Eden, The Apocalypse IV, and Tactics Ogre. The page numbers P182, P186, P189, and P192 likely indicate where further information on these titles can be found within this guide. It seems like this section will provide deeper insights into these selected games, encouraging readers to explore them further. Enemy Zero, a challenging game with the drama peaking on Disc 3, features a location called Winterwear Samatha Road, where Laura and Kimberly join forces to escape. The game's difficulty, referred to as EO, may have deterred some players. The article provides assistance, focusing on gameplay hints to overcome specific challenges. Disc 1 guidance includes using the database and videophone, and hints about the Kimberly's room on Disc 1. Disc 2 introduces battles and real-time polygon sections, emphasizing character fates. A tip for the initial real-time section advises memorizing Kimberly's route in the opening movie due to unreliable security cameras. The article aims to help players navigate the maze-like corridors in this demanding title. This guide focuses on navigating the Summer Tower in Enemy Zero, specifically floors 7F, 6F, 5F, and B1, treating them as the primary gameplay areas. Floors 2F and 1F are primarily connecting passages. The guide advises the strategic route, starting with 7F and 6F, crew quarters, before moving to 6F and B1. Random exploration is discouraged. Key to navigating is understanding the elevators. Each elevator has 3 levers, operated using binary logic. The right lever represents 1, the middle 2, and the left 4. Raising specific levers corresponds to different floors. For example, the right lever up goes to 1F, and the left to 4Fs. The guide illustrates elevator panel and lever positions to assist players. This page dives into more details about Enemy Zero, particularly focusing on gameplay within the Summer Tower. It kicks off by mentioning a super limited 200,000 yen edition of the game that SEGA employees managed to get their hands on, suggesting it's a highly sought-after collector's item. There's also coverage of a completion screening event, hinting at a reveal or presentation of the finished game. The main section continues the gameplay guide for the Summer Tower, picking up from the elevator navigation discussed previously. It explains that once inside the rooms, you can't immediately interact with Ronnie's body. You need to move deeper into the room, turn to face Ronnie, and then you can examine the body. The guide points out that luminous sunglasses are key to revealing hidden truths and are obtained from Ronnie's pocket. The sunglasses are then used to uncover a clue from a calendar in the room. Apparently, there's a hidden mark written in special ink on the calendar, viewable only with the sunglasses. This mark is the password to progress further. The guide suggests the picture on the calendar itself might be a hint. It emphasizes that these sunglasses are crucial because they allow you to see things that are normally invisible, connecting the calendar clue to unlocking a terminal password. This page continues the Enemy Zero gameplay guide, focusing on different floors of the Summer Tower. It first talks about Summer Tower 5F, mentioning a tense reunion with Devitt, who is described as Lola's lover. The guide suggests that players will be able to see a more vulnerable, traditionally feminine side of Lola in this scene as she interacts with Devitt after the dangerous events that have occurred. Moving on to Summer Tower B1, the guide describes searching for Devitt again, this time in a dimly lit area due to unstable power. It highlights the use of VPS to detect enemies and advises players to proceed cautiously, Taking steps and listening for sounds. The guide mentions finding a room with bloodstains on the floor and questions who the blood belongs to, creating suspense. It seems the gameplay involves exploration, careful movement, and puzzle solving using environmental clues. This guide focuses on the climax of Shining the Holy Ark, specifically the Enrich Castle sequence. Having formed in Fairy East Village and acquired the sacred sword, players must rescue Full-Sequenceit and the king from the witch Rislix. This involves infiltrating Enrich Castle, accessing it through an underground waterway, solving puzzles using Ashakin's guidance, and ultimately confronting Rislix. The guide highlights key characters like Lisa and Atikane, and provides detailed dungeon maps for Enrich Castle. It also lists obtainable items in each area, and the enemies players can recruit, such as Incubus, Aster, and Pixie Lime. The goal is to defeat Rislix, rescue Folte, and add her to the party, pushing the narrative toward the Western and Eastern shrines. This guide covers the Western Shrine dungeon in Shining the Holy Ark. Key gameplay mechanics include navigating a sinking floor in the first basement using safe spots shown on the map, and destroying cracked walls in the second basement by bumping into them. Water sections require befriending turtles by feeding them to get across. The Shining Orb is an important item, possibly used to reveal hidden paths. The guide provides detailed maps for the first and second basement levels, listing items like turtle food, healing drops, and mithril fragments, along with enemy encounters such as pixies, fairies, and others. Notably, Incubus and Adonis enemies can be recruited after being defeated. This guide details the Eastern Shrine dungeon in Shining the Holy Ark, focusing on obtaining the orb. To get the orb, you must find 4 statues and give them specific crystals: wine, leaves, sky, and dew. This yields the crystal water jug, which is filled with water and used on plants to summon the Mad Blossom boss. Defeating Mad Blossom grants the orb. The guide includes maps and item locations across 3 floors, mentioning healing drops, mithril fragments, and various crystal items. Enemy types like fairies, pixies, reapers, and horned demons are also highlighted. Helpful tips include using defeated Mandragora as ladders and dashing through closing doors. After the Eastern Shrine, the guide transitions to the lustrous Air Village, likely Enril Village, where players can gather more items and information. Finally, it details the Pixie Bell, an item earned by collecting 50 hidden pixies throughout the game, allowing for a powerful summoned attack in battle. This guide covers the early stages of Far East of Eden IV on PC Engine. Initially, players explore a haunted house as children, battling monsters, and learning that item management is crucial due to limited stat gains from leveling. Hidden enemies in field battles are a constant threat. After the haunted house, the guide moves on to the Araska chapter, where combat becomes more complex, with enemy types shifting between day, animal type, and night, spirit type, encounters. Key locations in Araska include the Ice Barn, Gnome Village, and Anchorage, where players first encounter the Hunter Guild. Players can sell monster parts and take on hunting quests for money to buy weapons and gear. The guide highlights the importance of obtaining Batavia seeds in Gnome Village for a quest in Fairbanks, a village under attack, and suggests buying recovery items and gear in Gnome Village. This guide covers a section of Far East of Eden IV, from Gnome Village to Blizzard Castle. Players should be prepared for stronger monsters and prioritize recovery items. The Batavia Cave battle is manageable at level 4+, with careful healing. After the cave, players meet Hoshizora and McKinley, and obtain the magic flute, which enhances the Thunder God attack. Blizzard Castle presents challenges, especially with ghost-type enemies, traps, and ice slimes. Players should meticulously explore the castle, utilizing the provided map, and conserve resources. Escaping, if low on health, is recommended, due to enemy regeneration. Returning to Fairbanks after the McKinley event grants Denari and introduces field battles, emphasizing damage avoidance. This page is a walkthrough section for Far East of Eden IV Apocalypse. It details the 5th and 6th floors of Blizzard Castle, providing maps and strategies for navigating them. The 5th floor is described as icy, with one-way paths, traps, and hidden treasure, including a chest with healing items. The 6th floor, leading to the Blizzard boss, is more straightforward with fire elements and 2 treasure chests along the way. The guide advises players to be at least level 6 to fight Blizzard and to stock up on recovery items. There's a monster list for the Alaska region, divided into day and night field encounters, Batavia Cave, and Blizzard Castle. These tables list monsters like Fenrir, Bigfoot, Flarefox, Ice Ghost Troll, and others, along with their stats and item drops. The page also unveils the Monster Hunter ranking system. Players can rank up by collecting monster drops and exchanging them at the Hunter Guild. Ranks range from Novice Hunter to Legendary Monster Hunter. Ranking up unlocks titles and provides parameter boosts depending on the type of monster badge collected. For example, Ghost badges increase max TP, Beast badges increase attack power, Plant badges boost speed, Machine badges increase defense, and Devil badges raise max HP. Collecting badges also rewards players with items, such as crystals, rubies, sapphires, and various other materials depending on the badge type. This page is packed with advanced tactics for dominating in Tactics Ogre, using Charge Spell, Quick Move, and Petrocloud. It starts by explaining how combining Charge Spell and Quick Move is key to shortening wait times and getting more actions in battle. The guide stresses charging your MP first, before casting spells, and then using Quick Move to get an immediate turn, which is super useful for witch characters. Quick Move is also highlighted as essential for quickly repositioning units, especially healers, to rescue allies in tight spots. Next up is Petrocloud, a powerful petrification spell you get when Hobbyrim joins your party. The guide details how to use Petrocloud effectively, especially when combined with Quick Move to petrify enemies quickly and reliably, turning the tide of battle in your favor. It suggests using Quick Move to get a unit close enough to use Petrocloud efficiently. The page emphasizes that witches really shine from Chapter 3 onwards, and recommends checking out the new items in shops from Chapter 3 to further enhance these powerful tactics. It's all about using movement and spells strategically to gain a significant advantage in Tactics Ogre battles. This article offers strategic tips for Tactics Ogre. Fairies, seemingly weak initially, become valuable support units with leveling and abilities like Deep Kiss. They are available in Ashton shops monthly. Later in the game, advanced unit classes are unlocked. Dragoons, Swordmasters, Terror Knights, and Warlocks for males, and Sirens, Time Dragons, Priests, and Witches for females. The article also advises utilizing knockback attacks to push enemies off ledges for tactical advantages. Finally, the article reveals how to auction large units like dragons and cockatrices at specific shops, Almorica, Castle, Krieger, Valamasa, for rare, non-sale items like wing rings, spark guards, and dragon armor, making this a profitable strategy for acquiring powerful equipment. Orbs in Tactics Ogre are powerful, elemental items that serve as both attack weapons and equipment, offering a 10 weight reduction bonus, obtained through buried treasure or war trophies, particularly in Chapter 3's Bordeaux Highlands. Enemies also utilize orbs. Later in Chapter 4, surplus orbs can be sold at the Warren Report. The guide also details how to recruit Katua. Crucial dialogue choices with Mulba determine her fate. Choosing I can't initially, and it can't be helped, later leads to her recruitment. Dialogue during the Great Shrine Maruba battle, particularly Dainam's expressions of affection or reluctance to separate from Katua, significantly impacts the outcome. This page dives into the details of recruiting specific characters in Tactics Ogre if you meet certain conditions, emphasizing a non-lethal approach in battles. It highlights that to recruit these special characters, you shouldn't deliver the finishing blow, but instead reduce their HP to 20 or less using non-lethal skills. Specifically, it details how to recruit 3 characters, Sherry, Oz, and Gamp, explaining the conditions and scenarios for each of them in the game. The Ogre column section is titled, Play through all 3 scenarios to see the whole picture, and it discusses the game's multi-scenario structure. It points out that Tactics Ogre's story branches out based on player choices, creating an if story experience. The reviewer suggests that to truly understand the game's depth, you need to play through all 3 paths, Law, Chaos, and Neutral, to see the different perspectives on events, hidden relationships, and ultimately understand the value of the game. Finally, at the bottom, there's an announcement for a big Ogre series porting commemoration giveaway for SEGA Saturn magazine readers. They are giving away various Tactics Ogre goods, including telephone cards, underlays, shitajiki, tarot cards, Uga stands, and even game software as prizes. It lists the application requirements for readers to enter and win these commemorative items.
This page is a report on a lively Sakura Wars Great Karaoke Battle Party, hosted by Red Entertainment at Ikebukuro Jigo in December. Around 30 people from Red Company, SEGA, and even SEGA Saturn Magazine's editorial department, including editor Chiba-chan, gathered for the event. The article humorously describes the karaoke battle with Hiroi Oji and Tanaka Kuhei leading the charge, and even judges present to score the performances. The first song was predictably Geki Taikoku Kagekidan, Imperial Floral Troupe. There's a section highlighting how heated the karaoke battle became, showcasing photos of different teams like Red, SEGA, and Imagine battling it out. It mentions that karaoke battles are scored out of 1,000 points, with scores exceeding 884 points being considered extremely high. They mention a point about SEGA Karaoke having Sakura Wars songs, including the opening and ending themes of Sakura Wars 2, and encourage readers to try singing them. The page concludes with photos of the winning team striking a pose, emphasizing the fun and energetic atmosphere of the Sakura Wars event. It mentions the highest score achieved was by Kitajirishi, with 884 points singing Gekika Kobu Music Collection, indicating a very high score. They even ponder if anyone has ever exceeded this score. The Sakura Wars radio drama, Yurakucho Imperial Assault Force Information Bureau, is experiencing success. Director Hiroi Oji is pleased with the positive listener feedback, evidenced by numerous postcards. He highlights the synergy between the game and radio show, and the sales team's use of listener feedback for merchandise ideas. Producer Suzuki Yosuke emphasizes the radio drama's role in deeper character and world exploration, fostering a positive feedback loop with the games. Writer Nagashima Naoki enjoys the dramatic storytelling focus, distinct from game mechanics, and values listener input. The page concludes by celebrating the expanded Sakura Wars phenomenon and its thriving community, including interviews and fan gatherings, solidifying its cultural impact beyond just the games. This page is from the Just Meet Elf Corner, ringing in the new year. Tama's section starts with New Year's greetings and shares some personal thoughts. Kadoya-sensei has drawn a special New Year illustration featuring a funny cat who's worried about gaining weight over the holidays. The Elf transmission board is also sending New Year greetings from the busy development team, and they mention their upcoming next grade project for the SEGA Saturn. Kadoya-sensei also shares New Year wishes and highlights the Saturn version of next grade. There's an announcement for Janjun Kajan, which is Elf's first Mahjong RPG. It's described as having RPG elements, where you walk around a town map and play Mahjong against elf girls in a bizarre world. It's designed to be accessible even for players who aren't good at Mahjong, thanks to helpful items. Finally, the Elf Presents section announces a giveaway of Janjun Kajan telephone cards for 3 lucky readers, encouraging them to send in their thoughts and opinions to the magazine. This page is a fun little 4-panel manga strip, Welcome to Kadoya-sensei World, and it's the second installment. It looks like Kadoya-sensei is taking inspiration directly from reader submissions for these comics, which is pretty cool. The comic itself is a humorous look at people you might see on a train. It starts with a girl in a bikini who's surprisingly knitting, then moves to a scene on a train with a girl studying and a guy checking out the young people trends. The humor really picks up as the guy starts intensely observing the bikini girl, noticing her hat, piercings, and even describing her eyebrows as mochi-like. Then we cut to a businessman looking stressed about work and carrying prayer beads, a funny contrast to the girl's fashion focus. The strip ends with the bikini girl holding a straw doll, a bit of a strange and unexpected twist. At the bottom, Kadoya-sensei is asking readers to send in haiku poems. It also teases the next installment, mentioning a drama at last year's SEGA Saturn Magazine year-end party involving Tamani-san, which sounds like it will be another funny story to look forward to. Overall, it's a lighthearted and quirky comic strip, offering a chuckle. This article details reader feedback and character information for Sentimental Graffiti. A 5-month-long segment on scenery is concluding, with prize winner announcements pending. The main topic addresses reader complaints that the character Nana-chan is too large and visually obtrusive. The editorial team, including Yamamoto-san and Washi, considered making her smaller but decided against it, emphasizing her intended role as a mother figure, reminiscent of Earthbound. The article also features a character profile for Karasu Tomoko. Described as outwardly cheerful but inwardly lonely, she is depicted as a caring and responsible figure who has worked to support her family since elementary school. Her profile includes physical stats: 165 centimeters tall,
measurements of B82W56H84, and a birth date of August 22, Leo. She lives in Nagoya City and attends Mizuki High School. Akari Hoshino, a fashionable and trend-following high school girl, is introduced from Sentimental Graffiti. Her profile is detailed, including her height, measurements, birthday, blood type, and school. The article then discusses the game's theme song and related music, which were recorded in Yokohama, evoking nostalgia and loneliness. An advertisement promotes the Sentimental Graffiti theme song CD, released on January 21st, along with a coupling song. The article also highlights the Sentimental Night radio show on TBS, featuring the game's voice actresses, including Yuka Imai. A final audition for the remaining 6 voice actresses was held on January 19th. Finally, the article promotes cute Sentimental Graffiti prize figures, including large and keychain figures, available as prizes from Bampresto in June. This article explores the synergy between games and movies, particularly during Golden Week, through a movie story special. It highlights the captivating nature of movie trailers and contrasts the passive film experience with the interactive gameplay of video games. Producer Taiji Sakaguchi discusses the evolving media landscape, noting how games and other platforms have joined movie magazines as sources of information. The article also features sections like Question, Movie Magazine, and Movie Secret Series, possibly analyzing gaming-related content within movie magazines, with references to Virtua Cop and A Giant Monster. GW Movie Information showcases movie posters for titles like Bald Head of Vulture and Rebellion, suggesting a focus on movies relevant to game fans. Finally, Nemo's Talk reveals a preference for minigames, a desire to explore new game genres, and a goal to connect with readers. This page from SEGA Saturn Magazine dives into Pick-Up Gameware and reviews 3 minigames available for the console. First up is Yuppie's Puzzle Land, a puzzle game that looks like a slot machine-style puzzler where you match panels based on colors and categories. Next is Gondola-kun, an action title where you maneuver a gondola between buildings, seemingly trying to knock rivals off or reach the top, emphasizing quick reflexes. Lastly, there's Eggy-hun, another action game where you control a crocodile in a field, possibly catching letters, and it seems to include another minigame called Eika Geru within it, where you find hidden letters in a stage performance setting. Moving on to the mini-project section, titled Eggy-hun Gallery. We get a behind-the-scenes look at Eggy-hun with concept art and sketches, mentioning CG designer Kameno Ohitomi. The reviewer highlights that these games are designed for head-to-head play and expresses personal enjoyment of them. Finally, Nemo's Talk briefly mentions Christmas plans, enjoying TV and games at home, and looking forward to hearing reader feedback in the next issue. This page is all about the arcade game Sega Ski Super G from Sega AM1 R&D department, and it's being called a Big Scoop. It seems to be showcasing the game's courses and gameplay modes. The page highlights that you can choose courses to match your preference in Sega Ski Super Grig. It mentions that the game uses impressive visuals and dedicated cabinets to convey the thrill of Super Grig skiing. Players can experience this in 2 game modes and choose from 3 types of courses: technical, standard, and high speed. These courses are said to vary in difficulty and type, aiming to provide diverse challenges. The 2 game modes are detailed as World Series, where you compete against rivals to become the world champion, and Time Attack, where you aim to beat your own best times on courses of your choice. The page also teases that the next page will have a big introduction to the standard course, and shows glimpses of the technical course set in Europe, emphasizing its challenging turns, and the high-speed course, located in North America, highlighting its extreme speed and tight spaces. It looks like the reviewer is excited about the course variety and the intense racing experience the game offers. This page is diving into the standard course of Sega Ski Super Gig, which is described as a mix of speed and technical skill. The course is based on the Nagano Olympic ski slopes, aiming for a balanced experience rather than extreme jumps, offering both straightforward and challenging sections with simple turns, big jumps, and steep curves. The reviewer suggests starting with this course. The page highlights several key moments of the course using screenshots. It starts with the Start section, showing the initial easy curves. Then it moves to a Scenic Spot with a great view, advising players to be careful not to crash while enjoying the scenery. Next, it describes a Narrow Gate Penetration section, emphasizing the need for precise skiing. Following this, there's a rival appears section, showing another skier and urging players to overtake them quickly. Finally, it showcases a big curve after the jump section, warning about a sharp turn after a jump that requires careful timing to avoid time loss. Overall, the page is designed to introduce players to the standard course in Sega Ski Supergug, highlighting its varied challenges and offering tips for navigating different sections of the course. The reviewer seems to think the course is well designed and enjoyable for players of all levels, mentioning that it is easy to learn but has depth to master, allowing for time trials and competition with rivals. Sega AM&D Department. Number 3 is ending its Last Pro character creation feature, replacing it with AM3 Research Rush in the next issue. An interview introduces Lisa Kusanami, who reveals her band Orchiz will participate in an audition featuring riders, boarders, and ladies. Despite potential challenges, Lisa, representing Posh 1, is confident, believing gender shouldn't hinder her success, and is excited for the opportunity to showcase her talent. Her bandmates are surprised by her decision. The news that Yusaku-san is also participating seems to agitate Lisa, but she remains determined. The designer's words section from Koji Ono, an AM3 Lab publicity designer, announces the completion of 8 characters, thanks fans, and teases further information for Last Pro fans in the upcoming issue. This page is the Making of Character, File 8 feature, diving into the creation of Lisa for Last Bronx. The designers found her initial design challenging, struggling to define a cute girl image that would appeal to everyone. They eventually moved away from overly cute ideas to find a more balanced character. A key design element was Lisa's skirt. Initially, they considered pants, but decided on a skirt to emphasize her femininity and create dynamic movement, especially during combat. They felt a skirt would make her actions more visually appealing and expressive. Lisa's fighting style with double sticks is highlighted. The designers took inspiration from Chinese twin swords for her movements, aiming for beautiful, flowing, and feminine actions. They used motion capture to record female performers, focusing on capturing realistic and graceful movements for Lisa in the game. They specifically wanted to showcase feminine actions, even within the fighting context. The article also mentions that with Lisa's skirt, they were careful to ensure it didn't reveal too much, jokingly noting they took femininity into consideration. Finally, it's announced that the Making of Characters series is concluding with this installment, marking the end of the Last Pro feature. They are also releasing a high-quality CG collection of Last Bronx artwork in collaboration with a software bank, which will be a definitive edition for fans. More details are promised soon. The article ends with thanks to the readers and mentions news for Last Pro fans in the future. This page is a New Year's greeting from the AM3 R&D Department Number 3 team, calling themselves Rush. They're reflecting on the past year and looking forward to the new one. They mention a special project for New Year's postcards called Love Special New Year's Postcards, which was a lottery where they received over 400 entries, thanking everyone who participated. Below this, it's the Last Pro Illustration Corner Volume 12. The theme seems to be Dance gorgeously in the silver-white world, hinting at a winter or snowy theme. There's a section called BO's Favorites, showcasing reader-submitted illustrations related to Last Pro, which, considering the previous page, is likely Last Bronx. 4 fan illustrations are featured. One is titled, Follow My Speed in Winter, showing a character skiing. Another is a small drawing of a figure in the snow. A third is a girl in a sailor uniform. And the last one is titled, Exchange, featuring 2 characters in a dynamic pose. The text around this section discusses the illustration contest and encourages submissions for Last Pro themed and general illustrations, mentioning that selected artists will receive prizes from AM3. They reiterate about the overwhelming response to the New Year's card lottery, with over 400 applications. Finally, there's a call for illustration submissions, with themes related to Last Pro or free themes. They're still recruiting artists and offering AM3 prizes for chosen works. They again confirmed the large number of New Year's card applications. The next issue's theme is announced as Free Material Waiting. This page is from the AM2 Research Official Corner Express Neo, Volume 37. It's all about an AM2 research team leader gathering for a New Year's special roundtable discussion, looking at the main actors of 97 and whereabouts of works. The main highlight is the announcement of Virtua Striker 2, It mentions that this sequel is being developed using Sega's latest CG board, Model 3. There's a screenshot from the game, and a comment about how much more amazing it is compared to the previous game, using all 22 players on the field. They mention it might be viewable around February at the AOU show. The page also looks back at 1996, titled Playback 1996, focusing on Virtua Fighter 3 and Virtua Fighter Kids. It talks about the impactful reveal of Virtua Fighter 3, which started with an unexpected announcement. It mentions Saturn Magazine covered the story quickly, and details about the VF3 demo at the 96 Expo in February. There's a section on Impactful Expression and VF3 demo at 96 Expo, showing magazine covers that feature Virtua Fighter Kids and Fighters Megamix, noting that these titles were also showcased around the same time as Virtua Fighter 3, creating a buzz for SEGA Saturn. AM2 Research's Roundtable. Development cycle was amazing. 96 reflects on their 1996 releases. The discussion focuses on the pressures of launching 3 titles and their success, including Virtua Fighter 3, Virtua Cop 2, Scud Race, and the Saturn versions of Sonic the Fighters, Fighting Vipers, and Fighters Megamix. The conversation touches on game balance, the evolution of game mechanics from 2D to 3D, and the development experience with model hardware. Key figures: Kazuhiro Isaki, VF3 design; Masayuki Sudo, Virtua Cop 2 programming; Suichiro Nagoishi, Scud Race team leader; and Yuichi Katagiri, Sonic the Fighters, Fighting Vipers, and Fighters Megamix team leader, are highlighted. Virtua Fighter 3 is noted for character design, Virtua Cop 2 for Saturn programming challenges, Scud Race as a racing game successor to Daytona USA, and Fighters Megamix for its content-rich Saturn experience. The piece also mentions research into digital dance mix. This page continues the discussion about bringing Virtua Fighter 3 to the Sega Saturn. The developers are asked directly if a Saturn port is possible, given the technical challenges. They acknowledge it's difficult, especially after the intense development period of 1996, which saw a lot of games released like Virtua Fighter 3 and Virtua Cop 2. The team talks about the differences between the Model 3 arcade hardware and the Saturn, emphasizing the need for clever programming and optimization, similar to what they achieved with Virtua Cop 2. They mention Virtua Striker 2 as their current focus and hint at an announcement soon. There's also a nod to the success of Fighters Megamix, which combined characters from Fighting Vipers and Virtua Fighter. The conversation touches on the control methods and simplification needed for home console versions, while maintaining the core gameplay and atmosphere. They're asked about sound and visual elements, indicating they are looking into all aspects to maximize the Saturn's potential. The developers seem to be cautiously optimistic about pushing the Saturn as far as it can go, even for a demanding game like Virtua Fighter 3, drawing on their past Saturn development experience, including Virtua Cop 2. The page also showcases profiles of 4 key developers: Kawamura Masayuki, known for Digital Dance Mix; Mitsuyoshi Takanobu, for Virtua Fighter 3; Misago Minoru for Virtua Striker 2, and Katagiri Yoichi, representing Sonic the Fighters and Fighters Megamix, as well as his earlier work on Fighting Vipers and Virtua Fighter 3. The interview discusses the development of games for the Sega Saturn, focusing on the highly anticipated Bushido Blade and the challenges of porting Virtua Fighter 3. The team, acknowledging the Saturn's limitations, explains the need for smart programming, similar to their approach with Virtua Cop 2, and hints at Virtua Fighter 3 potentially arriving on the console. They also reflect on the success of Fighters Megamix. A 5-panel comic featuring Mitsuyoshi-kun is included. The article further details the evolution from Fighters Megamix towards Virtua Fighter 3, highlighting the complexities of replicating Virtua Fighter 3's advanced features on the Saturn, particularly stage deformation. Finally, the article teases AM2 research and development's plans for 1997, with Virtua Striker 2 as a key title, and hints at more exciting projects to come. This page is all about the exciting arcade game Scud Race. It's subtitled, "Run with the Dream Car," and described as a new spring special game from Sega AMR&D Department No. 2. The article introduces Scud Race as a popular arcade racing game from Sega on the Model 3 board. It features an interview with a producer, Mr. Koichi, who explains the game and course details. The page highlights 4 courses: the beginner, short day, Dolphin Tunnel, which is described as a resort city stage, and features a 1/4 tunnel section. The difficulty is rated as 2 stars. The article mentions that for the Dolphin Tunnel course, any car is suitable, and fast cars are beneficial on the 4 full-speed sections, especially the Dolphin Tunnel. There's a comment from Mr. Koichi, who talks about the Dolphin Tunnel being inspired by Daytona USA's tunnel, and how they overcame polygon and fish display limitations from Model 2 to achieve the visuals in Model 3. He also mentions that they aimed for a bright and cheerful feeling. The page shows screenshots of the game in action, including the Dolphin Tunnel course map and cars racing. There are also captions describing the gameplay and course features like the full-speed sections and underwater tunnel. The reviewer recommends Scud Race as a must-play game and encourages players to try the 1-degree trial. This page continues the coverage of the Scud Race arcade game, diving into more course details. We're introduced to 2 new tracks: Twilight Airport, a beginner-level night course rated with 2 stars for difficulty. It's described as a high-speed course with beautiful night scenery of the port and illuminated airport terminal. Apparently, any car is good for this course and offers a very enjoyable night drive. Then there's the medium difficulty course, Mystery Ruins, rated at 3 stars. This one is set amongst mysterious ruins with waterfalls. Described as a technical high-speed course with beautiful natural scenery, the McLaren F1 is recommended for this course. They highlight the large waterfall at the beginning and the view as major attractions of this course. There are comments from AM2R&D's Meito Shina about both courses. For Twilight Airport, they mention it was initially hard to believe it was a beginner course at night, but the course design is such that players can improve their driving skills. They suggest using 2 bank corners for speed runs, and that the course really shines at night. For Mystery Ruins, they say the concept is nature, and the visual of the waterfall is impressive and took a lot of time to perfect. They joked that they were close to giving up on the waterfall but managed to make it work in the end and are pleased with the final result. Classic Castle, a challenging upper-level course in the game, is the 3rd in the series, offering a 4-star difficulty race through city streets, a castle, and a coliseum set in the Italian countryside. The Porsche 911 GT2 is recommended. The course was originally conceived as the upper-level course, highlighting the capabilities of the Model 3 hardware. An interview with Meito Shina reveals Scud Race development progress. The team is refining course patterns, responding to visual feedback, and aiming for unpredictable gameplay. They are planning communication features, improving multiplayer color differentiation, and acknowledging connections to Bitland and Daytona. With 4 courses total, Scud Race is considered more complex than Daytona. Shina believes the game represents the total resolution of the Daytona team and is designed for long-term enjoyment. In a New Year special interview, Yu Suzuki and post-producer Hidekazu Kakesu discussed the Sega Saturn's video capabilities, particularly focusing on digital dance mix featuring Nami Amuro. The interview stemmed from a panel discussion about video games. Kakesu praises the Saturn's movie quality, especially in digital dance mix, highlighting its early adoption of such content. He describes his editing style as intuitive, focusing on achieving a cool result and delegating tasks. He emphasizes the game's smooth visuals and high quality, surpassing conventional Saturn video standards. The game showcases Nami Amuro and offers high value for its price of 2,800 yen. The interview highlights the positive collaboration between Suzuki and Kakesu, hinting at future developments. This page continues the interview with Yu Suzuki and Hidekazu Kakesu, delving deeper into the Sega Saturn's potential in video and multimedia, highlighted by the game Digital Dance Mix featuring Nami Amuro. Kakesu mentions that working with anime industry figures was a natural progression, feeling like joining a growing trend. Suzuki agrees, stating that game industry is becoming closer to anime. They discuss the shift from 3D polygon graphics to incorporating 2D anime-style visuals, and the challenges and appeal of blending these styles. The page also highlights Digital Dance Mix featuring Nami Amuro as a key example. It shows screenshots of the game's menu featuring options like Profile, Choose My Sunshine, Sound, Sweet 16 Cards, and A Walk in the Maze, and gameplay images of Nami Amuro dancing in various costumes and settings. The character costume feature boasts 6 variations, including cute chibi characters. It mentions the game offers minigames that can be enjoyed by 2 players, including rhythm-based minigames and sound tests. The game is described as having replay value and enjoyable music and visuals, making it a worthwhile purchase and a showcase of the Saturn's multimedia capabilities.
This page carries on with the interview with Yu Suzuki and Hidekazu Kakesu, and they're really digging into the idea of making games more visually impressive and pushing the Saturn's capabilities. Kakesu was saying he always felt the Saturn had more potential, and Suzuki agreed, talking about how games are starting to blend with anime and film techniques. They're both clearly hyped about the Virtua Fighter 3 demo on the Saturn. The main topic of conversation becomes the Virtua Fighter 3 demo, and they're talking about how good it looks. Suzuki thinks the demo is really impressive, and they go on to discuss the latest scoop section, which is all about this demo. The magazine is headlining, VF3 demo on Saturn, recreated perfectly without compromise? It sounds like this demo is seriously exceeding expectations. The article mentions that it's incredibly close to the arcade version in terms of quality, even though it's just a demo. They point out details like falling leaves and shadows, and how realistically the characters move. It's described as being at a level where you might not even notice it's a Saturn demo, and the AM2 team are confident that the final product will be amazing and meet player expectations. They even hint that maybe the Saturn version will surpass the arcade in some aspects. It sounds like this demo is a real showcase of what the Saturn can do. This page is all about game reviews for the SEGA Saturn. We've got two titles in the spotlight here, Spot Goes to Hollywood and Hyper 3D Pinball. Starting with Spot Goes to Hollywood, it seems to be getting a mixed reception. The Lady Users Group found it approachable and enjoyable for beginners, highlighting the cute characters and easy gameplay, giving it a score of 5.3 out of 10. However, the Game Mania group weren't too impressed, calling it an old-fashioned quarter-view action game and questioning its appeal on the Saturn. They gave it a lower score of 4. The guest game writers, on the other hand, were more positive, scoring it a 7 and describing it as having a good sense of balance, enjoying the opening and camera work, referring to it as a Yang-style game, whatever that means. Moving on to Hyper 3D Pinball, it's generally getting better scores across the board. The Lady Users Group thought the pinball physics felt solid and stable, praising the background music and beginner friendliness, scoring it 7.33. The Game Mania group enjoyed the table designs and satisfying ball-hitting action, along with the visuals, giving it a 6. The guest game writers were most impressed, awarding it an 8, specifically pointing out the impressive pinball visuals, noting it felt distinct from real pinball but still fun, and appreciating the sound volumes. So overall, Hyper 3D Pinball seems to be the more favored title on this page. This review segment from SEGA Saturn Magazine covers 3 games, Blast Wind, 2 Tax Gold, and Dynamite Deka, Die Hard Arcade. Blast Wind, a shooting game, received consistent but middling scores across various groups, with critiques focusing on pacing and originality. 2 Tax Gold, a quiz game, was positively received for its simple graphics, humor, and addictive gameplay, with praise for its value and suitability for casual play. Dynamite Deka, the clear highlight, was lauded for its action, satisfying combat, and enjoyable co-op experience, with reviewers appreciating its arcade feel, combo system, and weapon mechanics. 3 new SEGA Saturn games receive reviews. Daytona USA Circuit Edition, a racing game, is praised for its graphics, approachable gameplay, and arcade feel, earning scores of 7 to 9 out of 10. Eve Burst Error, an adventure game with visual novel elements, is lauded for its depth, branching storylines, and mature themes, scoring an 8 out of 10. Roommate Inoue Ryuko, a dating sim, receives mixed reviews. Some criticize its unresponsive character and time management issues, scoring it as low as a 3. Others acknowledge some value, though the time constraints still cause problems, giving a score of 6 out of 10. This review covers 3 SEGA Saturn games. Tomb Raider receives mixed scores. Female players found the graphics good but controls clunky, awarding a 6/10. Hardcore gamers enjoyed the action and jumping, despite camera issues, giving an 8. Guest writers found it a straightforward adventure, scoring a 6. Fighting Illusion ESC-1 Grand Prix earns praise for its realistic feel and deep gameplay, with enthusiasts scoring it a 7. The motion capture and training mode are also highlighted, receiving another 7. A final reviewer appreciated the stamina system and move depth, also rating it a 7. Romance of the Three Kingdoms Returns gets a 7, for its simplicity and clear visuals. User-friendliness earns a 6, while an appreciation for the old-school feel results in a 5, as it's deemed suitable for hardcore fans.
This page is packed with previews and reviews of upcoming SEGA Saturn games. First up is Dyna Island, a pre-release game. The review highlights its cute anime style, vocal opening theme, and gameplay focused on story and dialogue, mentioning it's enjoyable for fans of the Dyna world. Next is Virtualon for SegaNet, focusing on online battles. The reviewer emphasizes the tension and excitement of fighting human opponents online, contrasting it with fighting against the computer. They praise the smooth online experience with minimal lag, making it feel like playing in an arcade.
Then there's Digital Dance Mix featuring Nami Amuro.
This music game is described as pushing the boundaries of SEGA Saturn's capabilities. The reviewer appreciates the depth of content and interactivity, especially for fans of music games, and the artist Nami Amuro. They mention impressive camera work, similar to music TV shows.
Simulation Zoo is next, a game where you create your own zoo. The reviewer humorously describes it as unexpectedly engaging, even for those who don't usually like simulation games. They highlight the realism and cuteness of the animals, suggesting it's a fun and enjoyable experience. Lastly, Praydol Disc Special Edition Race Queen G is a digital photo collection disc. It seems to be aimed at enthusiasts of race queens, featuring high-quality photos and movies. The reviewer notes the large number of images and the tool motion function, describing it as content for dedicated fans. This article uncovers hidden features in several SEGA Saturn games. In Virtual On, Cybertroopers. Unlock the powerful but slow Jaguarond mech by clearing arcade mode on hard, setting controls to pad, and then holding down and pressing L and R simultaneously at the title screen. Super Puzzle Fighter 2X offers character unlocks. Playing as Ojama requires player 1 to choose Morrigan, player 2 Felicia, and then player 1 select Lele. Anita is unlocked by player 2 selecting Donovan after Felicia. Additional characters, including Dan and DeViolet, can be unlocked with specific button and directional inputs on the character select screen, with player 2's inputs reversed. Finally, Virtua Cop 2 allows you to fight Fang early. On the stage select screen, choose Beginner, highlight Press Start, hold down for 4 seconds, and select stages 1 to 3. Fang is a strong boss, so exploit his reload times. This page details several hidden tricks for SEGA Saturn games. In Thunder Force Gold Pack 2, players can instantly max their power-up by pausing and entering a specific button sequence, then pressing up. A second trick allows players to slow the game speed during gameplay by holding down Start during stage select and then pressing Et-Pal and R while paused. Tactics Ogre has a music mode unlocked by naming the main character Music_on. Tokimeki Memorial allows players to reset stats with names like Shiriri and unlocks a robot mode with Kawachan. In Space Invaders, pressing L, R, X, Y, and Z simultaneously in two-player versus mode summons a cat. The page also encourages players to submit their own hidden techniques for prizes. This page features an interview with the musical group Ganasia, consisting of Kana Takahashi and Takumi Ozawa. They discuss their origins, mentioning they were both previously with Victor's newcomer development department and initially worked separately. They formed Ganasia after being scouted as vocalists, becoming a duo. The interview touches on their involvement with game music, specifically for Rockman, which is Mega Man in the West. They describe their surprise and happiness at being asked to do the theme song. They aim to create a robotic, cyber feel for the music, reading the game's story to capture its essence. They talk about the musical process, focusing on speed and catchy melodies, wanting the lyrics to resonate with human emotions and depth. When asked if they play games, they both say they do, especially Mega Man. Takumi mentions it's surreal to hear their own song in Mega Man games.
They express excitement that their music could reach a wider audience through games, bridging the gap between game fans and their usual listeners. Looking ahead, they are keen to create more game and anime theme songs, including movie themes and drama music. The page also advertises Ganasia's second single Grow Up Potential and highlights their song Electrical Communication as the opening and ending theme for Rockman 8, also known as Mega Man 8 internationally. The advert details the CD single's price and availability, including karaoke versions.
SEGA Saturn Magazine is hosting a reader giveaway with 6 prize categories. 20 winners can choose a SEGA Saturn game. 5 will receive a Samurai Showdown 2 poster from SNK.
Capcom is offering 3 Mega Man 8 posters, 3 game notebooks with Virtua Fighter Kids. Artwork and keychains are up for grabs from Sega. 5 winners will receive metallic keychains for Cyber Troopers Virtualon Oratorio Tangram from Messiah. Finally, 5 Virtua Fighter 2 fans can win pencil sets provided by Sega AM2. The page also lists winners from a previous giveaway. In other news, SEGA Saturn Magazine will now be published twice a month and will focus more on digital entertainment. The next issue is scheduled for January 31st Street.
Technosoft is releasing several shooting games for the Sega Saturn: Thunder Force Gold Pack 1 bundles, Thunder Force 2 MD, and Thunder Force 2i, with enhanced graphics, arranged soundtracks, CG movies, and a kids mode. Hyperduel, a transforming shooter, features arcade and arranged modes, improved graphics, and original movie scenes. Thunder Force Gold Pack 2 contains Thunder Force AC and Thunder Force V, also with arranged music and CG movies. Lastly, Blast Wind, a new vertically scrolling shooter, promises a challenging experience with branching stages. Both Gold Packs and Hyperduel are available now. Blast Wind releases January 17, 1997. A giveaway offers 2 Candelas singles to 3,000 winners each. To win CD Disc A, submit barcodes from Thunder Force Gold Pack 1 or Hyperduel. Deadline, end of December 1996. To win CD Disc B, submit barcodes from Thunder Force Gold Pack 2 or Blast Wind. Deadline, February 17, 1997. This page is about Technosoft and their Shooting Rush campaign. It looks like they have launched their internet homepage. The address is at the top of the page. They are running a campaign where 6,000 lucky people can win an original music CD. To enter, you need to send in barcodes from their games.
This campaign seems to be a continuation of the CD giveaway mentioned on the previous page. The page features images of mechs, likely from their shooting games, which are probably Thunder Force games and Blast Wind that were discussed before. There is also a form to fill in for the competition, with spaces for address, name, age, and phone number. This page is all about Dynamite Deca, which is known internationally as Die Hard Arcade on the Sega Saturn. It's a full-page advert showcasing the game, with some really striking artwork featuring the main characters. You can see a clear Bruce Willis lookalike front and center, along with 2 women and a rather menacing bald character wielding guns. It's definitely giving off that action movie vibe. The advert highlights it as an action movie experience you can't taste anywhere else. The text describes the story, set in a towering skyscraper in San Francisco during a New Year party, where VIPs from the financial world are gathered. Terrorists have taken over the building, and it's up to the heroes to save the day. It mentions the Dynamite combo of Action Star, Bruno, and Holiday Dynamite, which seems to be referring to the over-the-top action gameplay. There are also 4 small screenshots showing in-game scenes, which look like classic beat-em-up action. The game was scheduled for release on January 24, 1997, and priced at 5,800 yen. It's definitely pitching itself as a high-octane, action-packed experience for Saturn owners.